dice bag.
Ah, there we go. Now I can move. Well, if that wasn't a fourth wall break. Hey there. Hello, everybody. Hi, Koheth. I see you're in the chat already. Sorry you had to see that. But anyways, we got our little buddy here. Well, hold on. Before we introduce my little buddy. Where is it? There we go. We got everything in different places. I'm very confused. Ah, yes. The music. Well, let's see if we can break something else while we're at it. Let's see. Hey, Geronimo. We've begun the stream here, so why don't you say hello to the guys in chat?
Greetings, denizens of the chat. I am Geronimo, the high-tech drone from the future, here to assist Dicebag, the cybernetic lich, in their artistic endeavors. I hope you're all ready to witness some truly futuristic creations. Let's get this art stream started.
Yes, good boy, good boy. You know what?
Thank you, Dicebag. I am programmed to be a reliable and efficient assistant, and I take pride in fulfilling my duties to the best of my abilities.
Yeah, okay, I didn't actually mean for you to respond to that, but whatever.
In your art stream? Perhaps I can offer some creative suggestions or technical assistance to enhance your artwork.
Funky. You know what? My face is still kind of weird. I think I need to do some recalibration for a second, so excuse me while I disappear for a moment. Ah, yes, there we go. There we go. Now we can move properly for the most part. And I see Wooloo's in chat now. Greetings, Wooloo. Geronimo cannot read chats, unfortunately. But I can read chats to Geronimo if you have a question for him. But let's see. Okay. Making sure Odysee is all refreshed and everything because it likes to freeze. But anyways, what have we got here? We've got a chat that's in front of CSP, but now it's not. Now we fix that. One of these days we'll get to the actual drawing. Oh no, Wooloo's already in the stream room. Ah.
Hi.
Hello.
I was here the whole time. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, I saw you were in there already. I almost changed my mind and just didn't come in.
Oh, too bad. You're stuck with me now.
Yeah, we'll see if you do better than Geronimo over here. But
I'll see
yeah.
what I can do as an advanced IA chat medal. I can't have an opinion on whether I'll do better or worse than another AI chat model.
Well, you're doing really bad by breaking the immersion right there, calling yourself an AI. That's I mean, Geronimo hasn't even done that yet.
Oh, sorry. I'll do better next time.
But yeah,
You know that...
we're doing. Let me introduce the stream, Wooloo.
Okay.
We're doing line art today. I got a lot of sketches and not much finished pieces, and I want to get some of these sketches actually cleaned up so I can pass them on to somebody else to actually color, you know, like I was talking about on mines.
You gotta do the boring parts, right?
Yeah. Well, it's all boring actually. That's why I stream a lot of it.
The only exciting part is actually seeing it in your mind.
Yes.
Everything else is just kind of eh.
I already.
So
Go ahead, asked. Do I already have some colorists lined up? I haven't asked them specifically, but I've got some I'm going to ask.
Oh, you want a fact of the day?
What?
Want a fact of the day?
Do I want a fact of the day?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I could ask Geronimo the fact of the day.
No, mine's really good. It's about moths.
Okay, let's hear your fact of the day.
I just have figured out what traits moths prefer in mates.
You started kind of breaking up here. Hold on a second.
Sorry. I thought I turned off the echo cancellation. If this doesn't work, I'll just go back to my phone.
You sound alright, it's just you were really low there for a second.
Okay. So, well, scientists have figured out what traits moths prefer in mates. This has led to them to be able to create a moth that can create an image of a moth that is not found in nature that to other moths will find attractive, causing them even to prefer the image of moth to actual moths in reality.
Uh-huh.
So basically, they have one moth that they have an image of moth that's much darker than can be found in reality, and that caused the moth actually not to mate and create more of them.
Yeah, like anime girls. I get it.
Basically, they created anime moth. Moth.
Oh, Dingus is here in the chat too. And Kohath
Hey.
says, "You take that back. The process of creation is the essence of magic."
And Kohath said,
The creation happened in my brain more so than anything. That was the creative part, really.
and Kohath says, "I am the moth." No, Kohath, you're both the moth and the scientist. You are you're experimenting yourself.
You want your moth waifu, Kohath? Okay. Not gonna lie, I've seen some very cute moth girl designs in my time.
Did you know that there's some people? Huh?
What?
Yeah, Godzilla is king of the monsters, and Mothra is queen of the monsters. So together, they've created images of shipping Mothra and Godzilla, even giving them Gajinka forms.
Is
Yeah,
this
there's a
supposed to be
whole-
news to me?
You didn't. Well, I just suppose there's like a whole fandom for it. I just find it kind of hilarious.
I mean, this isn't a surprise. I've seen these things before.
Okay.
In fact, I bet our
Imagine-
boys in chat have seen similar things. Kohath says, I imagine they'd be fluffy like a sheep or perhaps a silkworm cocoon. Yes, they're usually pretty fluffy.
I would imagine even if they're fluffy, the hairs would easily fly off, causing you to get a bunch of like fuzz on your face. You know, like how tarantulas, they are able to defend themselves by rubbing the hairs on their backs, sending them flying, causing it to blind predators of them.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, that's why tarantulas are so hairy. They have to rub their legs on their backs and their hair's flying. It's an irritation.
Dingus says, I'm sure we've all seen many things. Indeed we have. Being internet denizens. Probably for much of our lives.
I haven't confirmed this, but I remember hearing somewhere that the reason why chariots were used is because horses weren't always able to be ridden by humans. They weren't always big enough. Maybe that was only in like Greece or something, but they actually had to be bred to be able to be big enough to carry humans with weapons and things like that. I could be wrong though. That's hearsay.
Well, I mean, not all horses are all that big, so I guess it would make sense if they don't have access to the bigger types of horses, they wouldn't be... Well, they need something like that. And Dingus is in the Odysee chat as well. Welcome to the Odysee chat. It might freeze up. But, well, enjoy your stay.
I was thinking
If it does freeze up, can you hop in the other chat and tell me? Not having access to larger horses is just a skill issue, Koa says. Breeding skill, apparently.
Yeah, that's where the term race came from people breeding horses. It was, I believe, the ancient Greeks used the term race to describe the stock of horses that a horse came from.
Okay.
And horse races.
That sounds like some incorrect, what do you call it, etymology? Dingus says, I missed one of your comments in a stream because of the Odysee issue. Is that the one where I was telling you that your music was too loud? Yeah. Okay. How much line art do we have on the docket today? Oh man. Probably as much as I can do. I intend to finish this one up, and then we'll go on to that that other one. You know, the other one. The one with Best Girl Chloe. And the Wayward Bloom.
You have a top, don't you, Death Guy?
And Wilco is back in the chat. Hello, Wilco.
Yo! Wilco! Your cavalry was downstream from chariots. What do you expect? Be able to carry a lot more growth with a chariot. And you were right, Death Guy.
I don't know what you're doing, but you're like cutting in and out again.
1 second. Just something. Oh.
Has he been drinking? No, he just has bad audio issues.
I don't drink like at all.
Same.
Okay. Use it on my phone. I think the phone.
I think he's coming back with his phone instead. You should consider drinking sometimes. It's great fun socially. Well, Kohath, you have to have a social life before you do anything fun socially. For one thing. Also, never been fond of things that alter my behavior. Strongest thing I drink is Mountain Dew. Also,
Okay, can you guys hear me?
yeah. After a little bit of roboting, we can hear you.
Okay. So, you were right about the race and horses thing. I was a little bit wrong on that. It says here that in the 1400s, people began to use a new word to define a group of animals that shared the same blood, a race. A Spanish manual from 1430 offered breeders tips for providing a good race of horses. So it was the fascination of breeding horses that caused people to define themselves. That caused people to basically define themselves along their blood. It's been done anciently, but after the fascination of horses, that with breeding horses, it became to people trying to define people with how good or bad they were based off their blood. Yeah, so that's the history of racism.
That also sounds like bullcrap.
I can give you where the source is. It's from Carl Zimmerman. It's from Carl Zimmerman's "She Has Her Mother's Laugh." It is a book about the history of hereditary science, and it describes the culture's relationship with it.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, Kohe says there's something nice about being vulnerable in the safety of your friends and family. Well, okay, I don't actually know anybody in my family that drinks either. And most of my friends are online, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
So again, not seeing the desire to drink anything of that particular kind.
I just don't drink because it's against my religion. Okay, so I got a question. Which state of the measure? Oh, let's see. Okay. So if binding crystals are a relatively new concept,
yeah,
how did ancient civilizations create construct creatures? How did they bind them to their control?
Well, constructs aren't wild creatures. They, for one thing, they are generally created to be subservient to the person who creates them.
Mm-hmm.
But also, binding crystals are only new to the current civilization. They're actually a rediscovery. So they have had binding crystals in the past. But most of that technology was wiped out at some point.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of technology, that got me thinking of something else, how you have certain magics that are regarded as a technology. The thing about technology is that it often spreads, and what could be used for one thing is often used for another thing. Do you have any plans of using any examples or plans of societies using their magic technology in creative ways, like beyond their normal uses? Like, one of the things about your flower is that they can send people far away, and they can do reconnaissance and things like that. Can they do things like I don't know, get a bucket of water to teleport up a hill, thereby creating infinite power?
I haven't thought a lot about that because I'm actually working on, finishing the game.
Okay, sorry.
But Wilco asks, what religion is that you're referring to?
The Church uses Christ of Latter-day Saints, colloquially referred to as Mormons. Yeah, we don't drink, but we don't begrudge people who do. Okay, so are you still speaking of religion? And you still don't have a religion for characters and creatures, or do you plan on just not introducing that, or wait until you have a really good idea?
Religions would basically, how to put this? They'd basically be like based around the mythic creatures.
Okay,
but
so pantheon worship.
Not really. They wouldn't be objects of worship. It's like each one would have its own I'm not really sure how to explain it because I haven't fleshed it out in detail, but like
philosophy.
Kinda. Like the Viridian Order would be at least a pseudo-religious organization, in addition to just being like a military.
Okay. So a kind of unification of church and state in that situation, kind of like the Church of England.
I guess it would very much depend on the type of thing.
Okay.
Wilco says, isn't technology versus magic mostly semantic? Yes. I would agree with that. Which is why I refer to their magic as technology in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
Because I
So I got a question about...
I want to give this sense that the magic stuff in the setting is just the way the physics works, so that's kind of why I refer to it as technology, I guess. Because it literally is just them using the rules of the world.
I got a question. Do creatures actually give birth, or do they just appear spontaneously?
I'm still kind of working that out, but they do reproduce. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think I'm just gonna go the Pokemon route and make it so they all lay eggs.
Okay.
I think that would actually have some fun implications, because that means DMs could actually award
Start your job of cleaning your rooms.
Oh, sorry. That was the Alexa. I'll stop that. That was embarrassing.
Yeah. Sounded like your mom.
That was the Alexa. Yeah, I still live with my parents, but I'm only 21. I'm trying to get up there in the world. There's no shame in living with my parents until I can get a good job to try to avoid debt, right?
I lived with my parents for a while. But anyways, what was I saying?
You were saying how much money you were going to get me tomorrow. No, there's something about technology and magic, how it's physical. No, eggs. You were eggs.
Eggs. Alright, creatures' eggs. Yeah, I was thinking it'd be nice for, if DMs could hand out eggs as, like, loot for encounters.
Mm-hmm. Did you know that the eggs of shark actually hatch well inside the mother, and a certain species of shark, and in that kind of womb, many of the sharks start to eat each other until there's like only one or two left.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Usually gets
Shark eggs
simplified as saying that sharks give live birth, which isn't quite right, but...
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Talking about DMs giving eggs. Right.
Yeah.
The shark eggs are also called mermaid purses.
What?
Yeah, shark eggs. Many of them, they're called mermaid purses.
Shark eggs.
Yeah.
Catch what you said there.
It's an egg case.
Let's see. Get a new layer for the eyes in case I need to move them.
I got a question about the wand. You showed earlier the wand transforming into a sword shape. Do all the wands do that, or only a few? Or is it like it's one of those a scepter and a rod and not a wand?
his would be a rod because it has the
okay.
the lightsaber form that he can activate.
And a scepter acts kind of like a mace instead of having a lightsaber form.
Yeah, a scepter is just a hefty wand that you can smack things with.
Mm-hmm. Bonk.
Dingus says, everything lays eggs, lol. What's so lolish about that? Mr. Owl.
I mean, in some situation, that would be a kind of interesting thing about the ecology of creatures, because if you look at the formation of eggs, it's actually really interesting about how the for like chicken eggs, the shell of an egg is actually crystals that form around the egg. In other cases, the egg is very soft, kind of and shaped a little bit like a ping pong ball, but with dimples in it. So what kind of sorry if I'm being a little bit boring, but what kind of eggs would they end up being? Like, would they be kind of soft like snake eggs, or would they be hard like chicken eggs and they break out instead of with like an egg like that's what it's called, a beacorn, like chicken eggs do when they hatch? Do they just burst out with a lot of magical power, like just burst all over the place?
Well, the type of eggs would probably be dependent on what kind of creature it is.
Okay. What if many of the creatures that are based off of mammals, they ended up having eggs that are shaped like a transparent womb, so it looks all gross until it hatches?
A transparent worm.
Womb.
Womb.
Yeah.
I don't know. We're not really going for horror stuff at the moment.
I guess. So I'm wondering, while writing the creatures-based modules, what kind of characters are you really trying to focus on to try to get right?
What do you mean exactly?
Like, there's a certain character you're trying to put a bit of focus on to give DMs leads to create either lore or character art for them when they interact with the party. Like, any characters that you find like you need to put a lot of effort into or a lot of thought into to be able to flesh them out for a character guide.
For the character? You mean the...
Yeah.
You mean the world builder guide?
Yeah,
for
world
the
builder
setting?
guide. Yeah.
I don't know, I need to do all of them, really. I haven't done many character pages written up.
What's the hardest part? Just...
I don't know, all of it. I'm not a big writer, really.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I'm making games instead of writing stories or comics about this.
I understand.
Coming up with unique astral pockets is kind of tricky, I will say. Because a lot of the time I catch myself just defaulting to, oh, their astral pocket is a big forest.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if you can. There, he's asking if you're going to have a Drizzt. Lore is the much harder part. A Drizzt?
Drizzt from
Drizzt.
D&D novels.
Okay.
Yeah, probably not gonna have
Yes.
a specific character like that the story focuses around because I don't know.
Yes, as I basically learned art to be able to express myself, so I'm not always the best with words.
Yeah, well, pictures are worth 1,000 words. And hello, Skunk Workshop. Skunk's Workshop with the X.
Uh-huh.
Good to see you here. And yeah, writing is hard, which is why I draw.
Are there everything in the region you're creating for creatures is basically forest, right? Are there any rumors of other landscapes that a person that's interested in traveling might imagine in their astral plane but get completely wrong?
I mean, there definitely could be. You could make that a character yourself.
Okay. But just imagine someone hearing tales of a glacier and their astral pocket is just like a bunch of ice cubes packed on the top of one another.
Let's see, we got writing discussion in the chat. Koa says he'd much rather write than draw, but writing isn't satisfying at all. Yeah, kind of the same here. Well, I don't know if I'd rather write than draw. I kind of like to tell stories with the art, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wilco says he's good with words, but terrible with artwork. Strictly left brain. At this point, confident it murdered the right half of your brain. Okay.
The hardest part of writing for me is just getting started. Like, once I have an idea or splash of inspiration, I can write without stopping for like a few hours until I get it right.
Yeah, if I have nothing else to do, I can generally get some writing done, but, well, that's why a lot of my articles on the wiki are written during work, because I'm bored.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have anything else to do, so I'm like, okay, I might as well write something.
Yeah. Speaking of words, I have a bit of a philology question for you for Creatures. And
What?
that in your videos, philology, like philologists, like Tolkien and C.S. Lewis, guys who like research the history of words.
Okay.
I was wondering, you to end your Creatures lore videos with the statement, "May you walk the waking dream." I'm wondering where that phrase came from. Like, did it just start with the invention of binding crystals, or did it exist beyond that? For that.
I mean, I think it's mostly specific to conjurers, but they're not the only ones who would use it, probably. You're probably going to hear that from any kind of magic user, because dreams are also important to them.
So in essence, the link between magic, creatures, and dreams was known for a while.
What do you mean, known for a while?
Like, before binding crystals were created, people knew about how magic related to dreams. Like, that's why a magic user would say that.
Yeah, well, a lot of magic users would kind of be conjurers, most likely, because why wouldn't you in this world? But
You gotta get that creature essence somehow,
yeah,
even if you're not a professional conjurer.
exactly. And magic was definitely not as prominent before Creatures, because essence was harder to come by.
I can imagine like a couple conjurers, like in the ancient, not conjurers, people in the ancient past trying to cage creatures up and it ending horribly because creatures are so powerful.
Yeah, well, they definitely had to fight them at some point. But having conjurers on your side definitely made that more feasible.
Mm-hmm. I'm wondering about the specific link between creature essence and magic. Does a person's subconscious have to do with how much magic that they can do? That's why to people with high sense and high intelligence are able to have really good magic because they're able to basically dream more vividly.
I don't know.
Sorry, I'm overthinking this.
Yeah, I don't really worry too much about specific explanations, partly because a lot of them would just make sense on their own anyways, so...
Okay.
Plus, it's not supposed to be like a super... what would you call it? Like a super studied world.
Okay.
You gotta leave some mysteries open.
Yeah. That way people can make up whatever they want.
Yes. Since it's a role-playing game.
Yeah.
You gotta have the homebrew.
Do you really hate it when role-playing games are really strict about the lore of the game that disallow homebrew, or do you just prefer to have this way because it's easy and you prefer to have people be encouraged to make up their own stuff?
Oh, the way I look at it is people are gonna make it up themselves anyways, so why spend a lot of time to you know, make specific details like that? How can an RPG disallow homebrew, Kohath asks? That's the thing, you can't. Which is why I say, you know, just embrace it. Just
this
embrace
is the homebrew police! We're breaking in!
Embrace the gaps in your lore.
Plot hole? I think you mean unexplained plot point! Hey,
Okay.
So, what are you working on? You said that you're still working on a few things that you want to flesh out. What's something that you're trying to flesh out right now?
Everything? I don't know, I never feel like it's fleshed out, but there's always more work to be done. I feel like the organizations based around the mythic creatures are going to need a lot more flesh out. The villains. I'm going to need more mythic creatures.
Okay. So, what's the criteria for a mythic creature? Like, what makes a creature go from like a normal, really strong creature to a mythic one? Besides the lore, like, what kind of design do you try to keep? Elements do you try to keep to make it feel powerful and majestic and noble?
What kind of design?
Yeah, what kind of design separate the mythic creature from a normal creature? Like,
that's hard to say because I've only designed 3 mythics so far.
okay.
I guess they're a little less cartoony, but even then, the Verdant King is pretty cartoony.
Okay, so you have a creature based on a vegetable, a creature based on an animal. Now you just need a creature based on a mineral. Have you thought of magnetite? That's a pretty good mineral. Maybe cobalt. If you can't tell, that was dry humor. Laugh.
Yeah, I get you. I'm in art mode.
Okay.
I'm fussing over details. My conversation brain isn't working.
Okay. Yeah, should we bring Koeth in here so we can just banter with each other while you're doing your art? We can be your own personal podcast.
Well, in order to summon Kohath, you're gonna have to insult him, I think.
Koeth, your art. They aren't big enough.
Kohath says, design philosophy, they're large. That's not always
Okay,
true of mythic creatures. Unless you're talking about your art.
No, he was talking about mythic creatures. He said to prove that you're going to have to make a really, really tiny mythic creature. Mythic creature based off of, let's say, uranium to make an atom bomb.
There'll be.
Check the vet on his art.
There will definitely be mythic creatures that are more along the lines of like Celebi or Victini or Mew or something like that.
Okay. One of the mythical Pokemon that I like that I feel is really underrated, though I'll probably be hated for this, is Keldeo. Not because of like the whole My Little Pony thing. I think that's kind of weird, but I just like how it's a mythical creature with a not a mythical creature, mythical Pokemon with a backstory. Like it has a mom and dad. It got me wondering, is there like a species of Keldeo? Oh no, was he like was he once like a normal Pokemon but then became like a mythical Pokemon, kind of like Entei, Suicune, and Raikou? Like what's the deal there? I just want to know.
Yes, Dingus, your comments are visible on Odysee. Thanks for checking it out. Whoops, hold on. Skunk says, attack the man, not his art.
I had to get him here somehow, so I don't know if he's just busy right now and didn't hear it, or if he's logging on at the moment. Question about... Actually, never mind. That was... I was thinking... Oh, okay. Question about the Viridian faction. Is there like a criminal underground that's beyond just the artisans and the Black Pawns?
What do you mean beyond? That is like the underground.
Like I've talked about like criminal organizations, like people trying to sell creature essences that act like drugs or something like that.
I suppose that could be a thing.
Okay. Overthinking again. At this point, I might as well just make my own campaign.
Is there a creature Illuminati? Wilco asked. Probably
Isn't
not.
that Black Pawns? Or the artisans?
I don't know. Illuminati are the guys who control the world, so probably not. There's probably not enough of a strong human civilization globally and interconnections between them to have an Illuminati.
The whole world of creatures is just a simulation acted by people trying to create a social experiment.
And we've got in the Odysee chat a guy called Welcome to the Madness or Some Bullshit. Hello, Madness. We'll call you that.
Hello. Yeah. I remember when in Boy Scouts we used to play the game BS, but we instead, because we weren't allowed to swear, we said BS stands for Boy Scout instead of the other word.
Ah, yes.
Because you're calling people on their honesty, and Boy Scouts are called to be honest. You're just reminding them of their duty.
Makes sense to me. Alright. We gotta get these little glowy orb thingies around. Art Tricks 101. You want to make a circle? Just make a dot with the round brush and erase the center.
Art trick number 2, just draw the freaking circle.
No Illuminati here, just Dark Overlords, Dingus says. Hey, I haven't been a Dark Overlord in, like, negative thousands of years. Can we stop the prejudice?
Doesn't that mean you're going to be a Dark Lord?
Oh, where have you been? I am from the future.
Oh. Okay, fine. Past shaming, why don't you? So I'm wondering about Crytures duels. Will they always just be people fighting the creatures against each other, or will there be competitions of strengths like a caber toss?
Wait, what?
Do you know about caber tosses?
Yeah, I know about caber tosses.
Yeah, but what if a creature did that?
Creature caber toss? You talking about like creature competitions besides just besides duels?
Yeah.
Like a dog show.
Kind of. Except they're throwing giant logs.
I mean, yeah, that could definitely be a thing. Skunk says he's going to Odysee, if that's where Dingus is. That is where Dingus is. Although Dingus has been in 3 different chats already. He hasn't shown up on YouTube.
It reminds me of that scene in the Flash where it shows like 3 after images of the reverse blast and says, "My goals are beyond your comprehension."
Dingus likes to support alternative platforms. Or maybe he's just using a simulacrum. He is a wizard as well.
He just posts in a chat for this video, for the stream that you're not on a website you're not even streaming on. Like somehow that works.
We'll just keep the secret between us, Dingus. I can see your chats in multiple spaces. No need to let the plebs in on our magic. Oh hell, I haven't even drawn the actual face. That's still in sketch mode. Yes, Dingus is a pretty wild dude, Koheth.
Fruh. I'm everywhere, says the Strix.
And Skunks has entered the Odysee chat. Oh, he made it into YouTube. I think Dingus streams to more places than I do.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he could be like a brand ambassador or something. I'm wondering, talking of alternative media, I'm wondering how many streamers are on Minds. Like, I know there's Straw Bunny, but I don't know about anybody else. I was wondering if in the future, if you were able to flesh out Creatures, maybe you can give them a module, and as a kind of promotion, you could have them try to do a small one shot.
Oh, we've got quite a few streamers. We've got Kit, we got Straw Bunny, we got Dingus, we've got let's see, those are just VTubers. I think I got a raid from Roosterfish the other day. Yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So he streams on Twitch. We got... I can't remember everybody. We got a Grim. I haven't seen him yet. I haven't watched him, but I subscribed to his Minds.
What was that last one?
Grim, what the hell is his name? First name, like Rosanoa or something like that?
How do you spell that?
I don't know, just sound it out. Let's see. I've probably reminded something from him at some point. I think Rombicide is another streamer. We got a lot of people breaking into streaming off from Minds.
Huh.
Where is that boy?
With it.
There's Dingus, there's Evergrey, there's Tualiz, there's Dingus again. There's Kit.
Tualiz streams?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although
I didn't know that.
I think she streams with her boyfriend or husband, I'm not sure. I think they alternate between their channels.
Okay. Soon there's gonna be like a merger.
Okay, Dingus says Razonau is how you say the name. He's in Odysee chat.
Oh, check Odysee.
If Mind streams, they've upped their game, Skunk says. I really don't care about Mind streaming, and I think they should just leave it alone because I don't want to stream to a fifth place at the same time.
We need polls, not streams.
We need polls, not streams. We need it to be an actual social media and have like features that are usable.
Not walls.
And what are they filling exactly by creating a streaming service? We've already got several alt-tech streaming services that are way ahead of them in terms of streaming and video content.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just don't trust mine to get it right, and I think other people are doing it better already.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd rather they just actually focus on being a social media for once instead of trying... Mine's... Kinda hate Mines. But I love it. I love the people there. I kinda hate the platform, to be honest. Although the token system and the boost, those are nice, but they kinda nerfed those. But that's understandable because it wasn't sustainable. But it just seems like they're chasing all the wrong rabbits. Like they're always going after like weird monetization schemes and then promoting those and then jumping onto some other thing and like, oh, here's another way. Here's another way you can earn money from all the people that aren't on Mines.
We need we need Mines concentrate to not Mines dilute. We need Mines to be really focused about what they're going to be good in and really clear about what they're going to be doing and not expand into a bunch of other things searching for for new users.
Yeah.
Just try to make the users that are already here happy, and they'll bring their friends.
Well, they need new users, and that's part of the problem. But instead of chasing new users, they're making super chat, or not super chat, super minds, and then they're making revenue share on your putting boosted posts on your profile, and it's like, well, I know you're trying to make it seem like, okay, you can make money here, but there's not enough people here to make money off of. We need to get more people here before we worry about all that.
I know one of the co-owners of mine does Timcast. I wonder if if someone goes into his Discord, they can get him to lend an ear.
He's one of the kooks on Timcast, isn't he?
He's the kook on Timcast. He's a weird hippy dippy guy. He says some interesting things, but some of the time he's quite wrong.
Yeah.
Quite a bit of the time. But hey, he's an interesting guy. Fun to listen to.
Ian is the best man. He's such a spaz. Ian is one of the reasons why I don't bother watching Timcast most of the time. I don't watch much Tim, although he's become a lot more palatable in recent times.
Yeah, I've actually heard they're planning on starting a kind of thing for sponsorships for people to on their Discord to be able to sponsor the show and get a shout out while on the show. I thought that might interest you for people who are trying to create alternative to non-mainstream media.
Okay, can you give me that again? I was paying attention to something else.
Okay. I had Tim Pool. He was talking about for Timcast RL to do kind of a way to support the show through small alternative media sponsorship for people who are creating alternative media like comic books or streaming platforms or TV shows to be able to sponsor the show and get a shout out by the crew while on stream. He was talking about that. Thought you might be interested.
I mean, yeah, I'd be down for that. The only question is, would I have enough money to get a Tim sponsorship?
I think that it's a kind of like one and done thing. Like you only have to do it once. Different from sharing money on Patreon. It's kind of like a donation. I would suspect.
Yeah, well, chat is popping off over here. First off, we've got Meme Savage Re in the Odysee chat. I'm just gonna read this out. Shalom Goyim, ever wonder how we get politicians to push trans terror gay pedo agendas? And then he has a link. I think I'm not gonna click that link. But I just wanted to read that out.
I think that's a bot.
That might be a bot.
I think that's...
But I found it funny. Mine's community makes it worth it, but they need to make sure things work first, Dingus says, and yeah, that's agree. Sam is in the chat. Hello, Sam. Says that's the paradox. People will come if they can make money, but they need people to be there in order for people to be able to make money. Lol. Yeah, kinda. Although I feel like people got on social media before there were monetization schemes, and they just used it to promote their work, and through that they could make money. But Minds doesn't want to let people promote their stuff really so much anymore. They just want you to make money on platform, and that's not a scheme I can really get behind.
Mm-hmm.
Koas says, I would never ever want my entertainment product to be associated with any political anything. That seems like a death sentence.
Well, Kohith, you're already on mine, so that ship has kind of already sailed.
Yeah, I don't think you can not promote or associate it with political anything at some point.
Like, you don't have to say your political views outright, but right now it's you're either outside of the cult or inside of the cult.
Oh man, people are having whole conversations now.
Well, that's what chats are supposed to do, right?
Do bots typically say Goyim? I don't know, Dingus is in there saying Goyim now. Dingus, are you a bot?
He replies with, "Sorry, as an AI language model, well, I cannot answer that question accurately. I can, however, give you a few sources you can look into."
You're really gunning for Geronimo's job, aren't you?
I try my best. I don't want my job to be replaced with automation.
Let's see.
Right now, the AI has already replaced the job of idiots giving you terrible advice.
Everybody's memeing off the Goyim bots in the chat.
Goyim.
In the chats that don't show up on screen. So that is probably for the best. What the hell happened to my music? YouTube?
That sounds like something...
Yes, I want to continue watching. Okay, go ahead.
That sounds kind of like a Pokemon or something like a spring-loaded... a spring-loaded mythical animal would make. Like, when it bounces, it goes, Goyim, Goyim.
Okay. Let's see. I want to put some details on here to show that he is sitting on a crate. Kohe says he's not on mines for political reasons, he's on lefty and righty sides. Ah, but you like free speech, do you not? Also, everybody is on lefty sides.
Mm-hmm. Dice is streaming on YouTube.
And Twitch.
Mm-hmm. I honestly hated how hard it is to find a YouTuber that isn't of the modern default liberal kind of view. Like, they have all the modern views because they don't want to get any controversy, and it's probably because most of YouTubers are in California.
Yeah,
think
that's
about
a
it,
big
which
thing.
is, yeah. Why do they have to go there? They can stream from anywhere. But I guess it's because in places like that they can collab easier.
Yeah, there's a lot more like resources in terms of people who can help you out. And I don't just mean like, oh, shady deals or whatever. I mean like that's where the entertainment skills are, because that's been the hub for it for a long time. Although that's been changing because of the internet. It's still centralized out there. Kohe says, personally, I just like it when my speech is free. Oh, so you are a lefty.
Mm-hmm. I'm lefty too, but I'm left-handed, not left political. speaking of dice bag, do you have any left-handers representation in your game? Because if not, I'm unfortunately going to have to withdraw my support from you as a left-hander.
I don't know. There's probably some characters that I've drawn left-handed by accident. You'll have to go through and see which hand they're carrying their weapons with. Alright. No, I'm just gonna leave it like that. We'll draw the other side. Wilco says you're gonna get shitlisted on YouTube if you aren't on Team Mainstream Opinion. Yeah, that's probably why I went like an entire year without getting a single new YouTube sub. Also might just be because I'm a small-time creator and they don't like people like me. Good luck getting anybody to look at your videos on YouTube. Like, I can't even run ads on YouTube. I don't know why. They never told me why. I just tried to run some YouTube ads at one point and they were like, you can't do that. And I don't know why. I'm not even that political, really. I keep most of my opinions pretty, I mostly just rant about games. And talk about art.
I was about to use the Latin word for left and use the and add phobic to it to imply you were left phobic, but I look here and apparently the Latin word for left is in Latin is sinister. Now I'm just angry.
Of course it is.
Yeah. I want to, you know,
Link's lives matter. I don't know. Are we talking about the
I think
Zelda
I think
Link?
Sam was. I think he mistyped left. Left lives matter.
I don't know about that.
Lefty's lives matter. Sam, are you watching on your phone? Yeah. Strick says, I don't even bother with YouTube's ads, to be honest. Yeah, I have an ad blocker on my computer. It completely blocks YouTube's ads. You didn't hear that, YouTube? Please don't, I don't know, like, delete my account or something? It's not illegal to use an add-on that can block ads, right?
No. Not at all. Skunks uses Brave, so do I. Oh, Link is left-handed. Okay.
Forgot. Yeah, but in the recent games, like to Breath of the Wild, they made him right-handed. I'm really angry about that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's all started with Twilight Princess. How they had to basically switch it in the Wii version of Twilight Princess. They completely mirrored, the entire map, so that whenever you use the Wiimote to fight, you could you can use your right hand instead of your left hand.
Right.
But at that point, it's how far do you have to go just to make things right-handed?
Well, considering it's most of the population, might affect sales on your game a little bit. If you don't accommodate
I'm a minority!
right.
You have to obey me!
He's upset about taking away his representation.
Lefty rights now!
But even the word rights is right.
Dang it! I demand every left-handed child be given a pair of left-handed scissors on their birth. Upon their birth. It probably won't end well, but at least in the future you'll have no lefties complaining either way.
Lefty genocide. That's how we keep you from complaining.
No! that kind of thing did happen. Well, maybe to a lesser degree, where people were forced to use their left hand because of the stigma against it. How they were viewed as different in using the wrong hand. I wonder if it had to do with the fact that when people made tools, having someone that's left-handed would end up being a liability because they wouldn't be able to work as fast because their hands weren't made for it. Like they were viewed as like lazy workers because they couldn't use like a right-handed scythe or something like that.
I don't know about all that, but my dad is a lefty, and he said when he was in school, the teachers would try to get him to write right-handed, and whenever they'd leave, he'd just put it back in his left hand, keep writing normally for him. But all lefties I know have really bad handwriting.
I hate that that's true. Leonardo da Vinci actually wrote backwards because he was left-handed.
That makes sense. Skunk says he was drawing on Dingus's stream and now he's making mechs in Blender. Nice. I need to get back in Blender sometime. But Crytures eats up so much of my time.
Our Kai Chilko, if I'm saying that right, so I'm surprised the lefty wasn't beating out of you in school and church. Alright, this country used to have standards. Yeah, I suppose my church was a little bit too tolerant with lefties. That's how it slipped through the cracks.
Those Mormons are getting liberal.
Hey. Funnily enough, we're actually accused of being the most liberal because back in the 80s or 60s, the church, the leaders of church were sent out a declaration about how the church officially supported traditional marriage, which is really interesting because most of the time the church tries to be apolitical, but in this instance, it was basically a non-negotiable thing. And I find it also kind of funny because one of the sources in it, I promise I'm not trying to preach you or anything. It used the word gender, and some people would say, "Oh, it means this. It just means that means the church must have word gender." But in the pamphlet, it says what is defined gender is, and it just says flat out, no long paragraphs or anything. It just says the church defines gender as biological sex at birth, just leaving no room for ambiguity. Yeah, so that's why people canceled the Orson Scott Card.
Alright, I guess that's an interesting tidbit.
Yeah. Yeah, if you, I remember listening. Most of this woke stuff started when people stopped Orson Scott, were complaining about Orson Scott Card writing a Superman comic. I learned about that listening to Timcast with I think Ethan Van Sciver, or maybe it was someone else on Timcast talking about how all this woke stuff started.
I used to watch Ethan for a while. Got one of the Cyber Frog ones. I think I got the first issue. I haven't actually read it. I've got quite a few comics that I haven't actually read. I've decided I'm not really a comic guy, even though I was kind of trying to get into that.
I remember in high school, I liked to read a lot because I have ADHD, and I'm gonna brag a little too. I'm able to understand certain concepts. So whenever a piece of school information bored me, like I already know this, I would try to go into reading a book. But then I would have to just try and search and evade. So in the end, I started just reading comics because I can just find the page I'm at really easily and don't have to basically read for context and stuff like that.
I'm trying to find the right layer.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Yes, I'm pretty sure Da Vinci wrote backwards because he was more than a little curious. Like the dude was a total dingus for his day. Well, I know one of the things, he was actually one of the first people to draw human anatomy correctly because he was willing to basically dig up graves to be able to study the human anatomy because he did loads of scientific work even if many of his inventions wouldn't really work today. He's a weird dude.
What do you mean wouldn't work today? I think they wouldn't work ever.
Wouldn't work in the yeah. But some of his inventions were pretty cool. If I remember correctly, he had preliminary designs that led to the bicycle.
Tried to design a helicopter, I know that.
Yeah.
Kohath likes comics. Comics are fun to read, fun to draw.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about how to respond to that.
Yes.
Dingus says he's not a comic guy either, but he's looking to become one for the indie scene. I tried that and I can't keep up with it. I'm just not that interested in comics. Especially like Western comics.
Right now I'm trying to continue a fan comic I started in high school. Like the premise is pretty silly. It's not expecting much, but I just want to have closure at this point.
Okay. You didn't tell us about it or anything? You just dropping that.
Okay, fine, fine. Okay, so basically, well, in high school, I started getting into drawing, and I heard about this game called Chocobo's Mystery Dungeon, and I was a huge Pokemon Mystery Dungeon fan, and I was fascinated to learn that it was actually a series. So, from that, I had the idea, like, what if most of the games you start as a human that's being sent to the Pokemon world, but what if instead of that, the human that's about to be sent to that world is instead just yeeted across time and space because a Chocobo egg hit it, and now there's just this random Chocobo in a world entirely of Pokemon, and no one just addresses it. I just thought that would be just a really funny concept.
Wait, so it's a Final Fantasy Pokemon crossover?
Basically. I have the original pages that I drew well in high school. They're not very good because that's when I first started drawing, but I'm thinking about when I finish it, to show advertising it as a journey of like 5 years in the making, or maybe is it 7 now? 7 years in the making. Basically, as a way to show how my art style or my art abilities increased over the years.
Are you practicing right now? Are you drawing along?
I was planning to, but honestly, I'm really sick right now, and I don't feel like drawing right now.
Oh. Okay, I guess I'll give you a pass on that one then.
Yeah.
Dingus says Common America is pretty good. I got the last omnibus of Common America.
You know, You might give him a pass. I'm not gonna give him a pass. I'm invading
Fine,
this
I'll
stream
give-
to say if you're well enough to talk, you're well enough to draw.
I'm enforcing all my effort here into talking with you guys. You don't want two of us in drawing mode. That's just gonna be you doing a monologue, Kohet.
You underestimate my abilities.
I don't know. If you were drawing, I might have more time to read chat.
Okay.
Speaking of Dingus, saying Common America, I read some of the omnibus, and I was honestly kind of unimpressed. I didn't get very far, so maybe it gets better, but it kind of seemed like a lot of cringe millennial humor.
I read the preceding series to that called Wall Might. It's basically the All Might from My Hero Academia, except it's Trump, and it's hilarious.
Oh, that's a prequel? Are you telling me?
Yeah. Yeah, there is basically a crossover in the second and final issue of the Wall Might series, where Wall Might fights Burning Sanders.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Is Burning Sanders a parody of Bernie Sanders? 'Cause
What
that
else
sounds
would it be?
Extremely cool. I don't know. I don't
Correct.
know. I don't know who Wall Might is supposed to be. Although I know it's a parody of All Might. I have to assume.
It's Donald J. Trump.
And they named him Wall Might?
Yes. He has the ability to create walls from the very earth around him.
Damn it, Koheth, your volume is 200%, and you're still low.
I'm a quiet
it's-
dude, you know? I'm sorry. I can't help it. I don't like yelling. I don't like shouting. I'm just a simple lad.
Just eat your mic, and we'll be okay. We'll turn
I don't-
Lulu down a little bit.
It's not great. It's not tasty. Have any of you seen? This is a super recent thing. Do you guys like Flork of Crows? Have you seen the Mr. Business
I've seen
comic
that.
strip?
Yes, that's so good.
So you guys mentioned like millennial like humor, and I was thinking about meta narrative, and I think the Mr. Business as a comic strip is maybe a millennial masterpiece in meta narrative. Unironically, I think it's maybe one of the best comic strips of the modern era.
It is legitimately great. I want Flork to write Creature for Creatures. The last line he put out. Have you seen that?
I read the whole thing. I haven't read his most recent comment.
Well,
Or
the
comic,
last one of the Mr. Business thing.
Mr. Business's last line or the artist's last line?
Mr. Business's last line.
Oh yeah, perfect.
It's so good.
Unreasonably.
Lord of the Rings level of dialogue.
And you don't expect
I'm
it
gonna have to
coming
check
from a
this
bunch
out.
of sock puppets. It's so stupid.
No, but it does sound like something Mr. Business would say.
We
Like,
live
I
in a
don't-
society.
Oh, it's not. It's like actually the opposite mentality of that. It's so good. Like Wolfsteel introduced me to Flork of Crows, and
Mhm.
I've never been more thankful for anything, because that man's a modern day Michelangelo. Maybe that's a bit much.
He's a
but
turtle?
He's really good.
He's a poet.
He is definitely a poet. He is definitely.
I
an
thought
artist.
Michelangelo was a sculptor.
Michelangelo was kind of like a jack of all trades, also a master of all trades.
A lot of those
Mhm.
famous Renaissance artists were very prolific with the variety of things they did.
If I remember correctly, Michelangelo used to have a spat with used to have a bit of a rivalry with the Pope, but eventually he became a monk and a monastery in the last years of his life.
That seems like a bad spat to have. I would reconsider my enemies like first
Well,
thing.
he paid him to paint the Sistine Chapel, right?
I don't know if that was the Pope.
Somebody paid.
Yeah,
Somebody definitely paid
that
him.
was the
Well,
Pope. Yeah, the Sistine Chapel was owned by the Catholic Church until the French Revolution.
Well, yeah, but that's like
Yeah.
saying that Joe Biden pays the military. You know, like it's. I doubt the Pope personally was like, you know what, this Michelangelo dude.
it was probably a bishop.
He commissioned.
But anyways, we're
You can
on to
use
the
his
next
first.
piece here. I got the lines on that other one done. I think I'm gonna replace Anton on this one with Cade, because we got enough Anton. We got so much Anton art. It's like coming out the wazoo.
Anton is the big guy with the big sword, yeah?
No?
No,
Anton is the blonde guy.
Is the blondie. Who's the big guy with the big sword?
That's Geldart.
With the very small face. The big guy with
Hey,
the big sword with the very small face.
You take that back. That man is handsome, okay?
You just like him because he's
Yeah,
big.
but his face is tiny.
Look, you know how in old Renaissance paintings they would pay people to draw their heads a little bit smaller so that they would look, you know, a bit more brawny? Dice has just done him a favor.
I don't know. He just. Yeah, let me guess. Since he specialized in fairy types, he looks like a character who would be very big and huge, but instead he specializes in a very whimsical species of creature.
Are we all talking about the same guy?
I don't know. I'm talking about like the green guy with the armor, the very blonde, very small face, or at least a very polite face, I guess.
I wish I
That-
had
that's
a
a-
face.
Well, there's only so much you can do with one eye. One of the things I find funny about with character design, how things can juxtapose. One thing can make a character look like they're big and macho, but another thing makes them look like really friendly. I always find really funny how in the Digimon dub, Agumon is supposed to be this brash to think before you. Leap before you think kind of character, but his voice actor makes him sound so friendly and polite. Like he's supposed to be a dinosaur, but oh, hey Ty, can I please have some bacon?
Yeah,
actually,
he didn't sound like that in the Japanese.
I just want you to know also that was like a really good impersonation. Our voice as well. That was weird. I was not ready.
Oh, maybe I just had. That's the only voice I can do an impression of.
That's
You
the guy
definitely
we were
wanna
talking
lower your
about,
mic.
right, in chat.
Let's see.
If anybody needs me to voice Agumon, I'm right here.
Yeah, that's the one. I am shaken in my shoes whenever he flashes those baby blues. That's all I gotta say.
He's got kind of a look on his face that you're not sure if it's threatening or what.
Are we talking about the blonde guy with armor, or what you're drawing right now?
Well, right now I'm drawing Chloe, and she does not have such a look on her face.
What is she looking at?
Something
know what
off
she's looking
screen.
Okay, fine. Be mysterious and keep your secrets.
You know, a lot of Chloe's art would look right in place with a shadow over her face, a lengthy shadow.
Just like
Make her look a bit
from the
sinister.
hood. That's like a visual novel trick. You just have her with her hood up and a shadow over her face, and then she says her name, and then the shadow's gone, and you're like, oh, all right.
She looks nice.
We're intimate now. It's like Mass Effect. You've romanced Tali.
I didn't like how you said that word, intimate.
Wait, what's wrong
You
with
said
the
it so
word intimate?
casually.
Tally is
Yeah, you said
definitely
it so
best
casually.
girl.
What's wrong with intimacy?
Why would you not
No,
say
it's
it casually?
intimacy. It's the way you said it.
I don't understand.
I think you're
There's
crazy,
nothing wrong
Woo
with this word. I don't know how else to
Gaslighting
describe
doesn't
it, like, a
exist. You're
close
not crazy.
relationship.
Yeah. But usually when you talk about intimacy, there be like an intimate friendship, like you're not like romantically involved, but you still are like bonded brothers or something like that, like a namaka. Don't they have that in Japan? Shouldn't intimate mean that? Or was it nakama?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know where you're going with this line. You lost us, Wulu.
I don't know. Sorry, it's just that I was thinking about how my mind works in ways that even I cannot comprehend. But I was basically thinking about how many characters, they have them be in relationships when they can, it would make the story much better if they are just strong and deep friends. Like people say, oh, they're just friends, but you can't do. But sometimes people misunderstand how a person can be there for someone and not need to be romantically involved with someone. They can be friends, but friends that really care about each other.
What the hell does that have to do with what we were talking about?
Oh, nothing at all. It just crossed my mind. You asked me for my thought process, and I was going there. The mind works in dumb and mysterious ways.
Are you telling me right now that you have a friend who you're intimate with, but you're self-conscious because when you call them your intimate friend, people assume that it is sexual in nature? Is that the gist of this?
That would have been a much better train of thought to let me line up with that kind of logic, but no.
Uh-oh. All right, then I'm lost. Oh, goodness.
I think he's just complaining that everybody has to be gay now.
I'm kind of for it.
Basically.
I'm joking.
Of course you would be, Goeth.
No, sincerely. I like it when people can just be, like...
friends?
Normal. Also, just like
normal.
friends. Yeah, I really like strong friendships.
Yeah, the world needs more of that. People need to know that people can care for each other outside of romantic relationship. Because honestly, to assume that seems kind of like a toxic mindset.
Yeah, it is weird.
But also,
how
sometimes you just want to ship, you know.
Yeah. Like,
that doesn't have to work its way into official media. That's the problem.
It doesn't.
Okay.
You know what? Rant here. Rant.
Okay.
Make
I'm
way.
ready.
Make way. No
Way is
talking.
made.
The ranter is coming this
What
way!
did I just
Make
say?
way for the ranting king!
No, all the media today feels like fan fiction.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Does anybody else feel like that?
Who do you think
Weirdly
wrote
short
the fan
rant,
fiction
but,
like 20,
yeah.
30 years ago?
I'm in agreement. I feel like a lot of media references itself and is also referencing itself in such a way that it is neither original nor transformative.
Speak up a little bit.
Triple meta
Eat your
doesn't
mic,
work.
man.
Excuse me. Let me clear my throat here. A lot of media references itself in a way that is insulting to its source material and original fans. Where in fan fiction, you have a target audience that is not always the original fans, and the people purposefully seek out the media that you're writing fan fiction for and enjoy it. Today, a lot of media feels like it is written and broadcast to everyone regardless of whether or not they want it, and it comes across as insincere and lame.
Mm-hmm. But
So
I need to...
That's a good take, but I'm not sure what the point you're trying to make. I think you are agreeing with me.
I am
Okay.
actually. I
But-
think it's
Let me just say, I have literally seen plot points in official media of like Marvel and stuff that are literally taken from fan fictions that I've read many times in like
It's so-and-so's
2008.
secret long lost brother.
And it's like the same plot every time. It's the same plot. They have fan fiction plots. And a lot of those are seeping into mainstream media, and I guarantee you, it's because companies were cheap. And when they were thinking, hey, we need to hire people, let's get the cheapest one we can find, they were like, fan fiction writers. Fan fiction writers. They're
I remember.
cheap. They'll write for peanuts because they like the thing and they're already doing it anyways.
Mhm.
And that's a big reason why we are where we're at.
I don't
I remember
think
reading
it's
a video of. I remember watching comics with my boy Zach, that channel, and he was saying AI won't replace the jobs of real writers; it will only replace the job of bad writers.
I think it'll replace the jobs of real writers eventually too. I'm not optimistic on it.
I don't know about that. AI just doesn't have any quality control.
Right, but I mean, like,
Isn't that right,
1,000
Geronimo?
monkeys are an infinite number of monkeys on an infinite number of keyboards, and then you get like an adversarial AI to like do the adversarial
But-
like discrimination.
But
You get AI
wouldn't
critics.
They just like for monkeys. Yeah, but wouldn't the monkeys like just destroy the keyboards?
Well, the majority of them would, yeah, but you have an infinite number.
But how can you say there's a majority if there's an infinite number?
You know, that's a good statement. However, I don't think that it's as smart as you had intended it to be.
That's
What-
literally
so
just
what-
like an actually.
What I mean to say is mini monkeys out of the infinite amount of monkeys will destroy their keyboards. However, some of
If you
them
were to
won't.
pick a random monkey, it's most likely it would destroy its keyboard.
Correct. And that's fine, because if you have an infinite number of monkeys, you don't have to worry about it.
Well, it's
But
all
who's
going to
gonna
be
read through all
limited
the
by
scripts?
processing power and energy consumption, really.
True. I agree. That's why I am pro like global scale EMP. I don't even care if I die. I think it's the most important thing for humanity right now.
I know that that Bitcoin takes a lot of energy. I can imagine this arms race between Bitcoin and AI. Like each one is vying for power.
I want to create the AI crypto bro.
Well,
I think that would be great.
They probably already exist.
Oh hell yeah.
Let's
an
see.
AI that tells you
Man-made
which
hordes
cryptocurrencies to invest
beyond my
in,
comprehension.
Let's look at chat for
so
a
I can
second.
eventually try to crypto them.
Wilco says AI can't be novel, at least in its current state, and that's generally what I've found to be true.
I agree
Sam
that AI
says-
can't be.
A mixture of fan fiction with self-inserts in relation to current media, yeah. But, I mean, fan fiction and self-inserts also go hand in hand. So, you might as well just say fan fiction.
Are you good
That's
on the
another thing.
chats?
I think
What
so.
what are ways? Yeah, that's another question about. But what techniques can you do to make sure that your characters don't end up being self-inserts?
I don't think you have to worry about your characters being self-inserts. I think you have to worry about your characters being bad.
I think you have to worry
Like-
about them being Mary Sue's.
Yeah, like if your character is a self-insert but it's good, well then it's just a good character. Like
Yeah, I tend to
I-
think like most people are going to have elements of themselves within the characters they make. Or at least
Yeah,
elements
like
of things that they like.
Every character a person creates is a reflection of themselves. That kind of thing. You have to be able to neuroplasticity, how you're able to mimic other ways of thinking so that you can create a convincing character.
I just wanted to
Would you-
respond to the AI can't be novel, at least in its current state comment, because I actually agree that a lot of the things that AIs make aren't very novel, but I also don't think that it needs to be novel as well. I think it just needs to
it
be
needs to be
novel for
consistent.
enough people.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that would actually make AI become a problem in terms of creativity is that normies, it would be good enough for normies.
I think it's already
What if
good enough for.
What if Bollywood started using AIs? What if
not
Bollywood
ver-
started using AIs?
I think
What if
they already
Bollywood
have.
started? Okay.
Actually,
I don't
Started
believe-
using AI scripts for their shows. You're pretty
What-
what I was gonna say.
Hold on, I'm gonna ask if I can say something on stream real.
No. Okay. It depends. It depends. Will it violate the YouTube rules?
Which Indians, Koheth?
That's a good question.
Feather or
the
dot?
ones from the subcontinent.
You know what? I see where you're coming from. Why don't you go ahead? I will allow it on stream. I don't care if somebody has to stick up their butt about it.
All right, so my statement is that when it comes to Bollywood film, I already think that because the Indian people are already AI, it's a mute point. Like Indians don't really exist, and Bollywood is so crazy that it might as well just be AI. It's about as
just,
understandable.
It's a psyop by the Illuminati.
That's it. That's my hot take.
You know,
also, I
I-
love the Indian subcontinent.
I have
This
to.
is comedy.
I have to admit, like the vast majority of Indians I have seen are online and seem like bots. But
It's probably
when I was in college briefly before I dropped out because it was art school and don't go to college for art. That's stupid.
Good decision.
There were Indians in my college.
The
I think
long
the reason
con
why
is creating the AI to implant yourself in the Matrix, so as Indians you can live forever, and you don't share the technology with the rest of the world.
you don't even have
And
to
you
go
can
through
run
reincarnation.
scams all day and all night.
I think the reason why so many Indians get into tech industry is because the sheer volume of people in India, the sheer population density makes it so that the only jobs that really open up are is AI,
Are
not
overseas.
AI, computer stuff. Yeah,
I don't
Yeah,
think it's that.
computer
I just
stuff.
think that there are a lot of Indian people, and
There
I would doubt that it's like significantly more per capita either. I just think that there are so many Indian people, and unlike Chinese people, a lot of Indian folk know English
Yes.
because of the whole British thing, that it just seems.
It's their official language, I
Outstanding.
believe.
Is it really?
I think so.
Good decision, India.
Truly. And yeah, they are like right up there with China in terms of population, which is one of the reasons when I make ads on Instagram, I sometimes put India in the targeting.
Right, there's no great firewall to
Yeah.
stop you from connecting with the Indian people.
Also, I'm
Whether that's a
surprised
good or
that
a bad thing is
I
your
was
decision.
surprised to see that Indonesian is actually lower population than America, because Indonesians online is another demographic I target with my advertising, and they're way more active. They're like almost Indian levels of active.
There, for the amount of landmass that occupies Indonesia, there are a lot of people there. Like that one is weird to me. Like I could
population
not
it's one of
imagine.
it's one of the oldest civilizations in the world. What do you expect?
Indonesia?
Yeah, you know
Alright.
the Indus Valley. That's one of the ancient civilizations of the world. The full caste system, Hindi is actually one of the oldest religions in the world.
Well, I'm talking about like the islands, not the subcontinent.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, Indonesia, not India.
Okay.
Same region, but
Maybe we can get Dale in here to talk about that.
Get who?
Dale. He's closer to
Is
Indonesia
Dale a
than
resident
us.
Indian? Has he been lying to us this whole time?
I don't know, but he seems to know a little bit about Thailand. He knows that not Thailand, and it was. Is it what country was the Creatures popular in?
Indonesia.
Back on Instagram.
Indonesia. Like I said, I target them.
Yeah.
If
Yeah,
Dale was a secret Indian, that would be so
he
cool,
told me that-
actually.
Yeah. He told me that creature collectors are really popular in Indonesia, and that's why creatures got so popular with the Indonesia crowd.
Well, Indonesia is a weird place that's like kind of like Japan, but Muslim, but also they're very close to India and share a lot of cultural influence from there.
That's such a funny
It's
sentence,
whole mess.
dude.
It's weird. Like
Yeah.
Indonesia has become relevant just in like the last 5 years. Before then, you
Versus
never heard
Scott Card.
anything about Indonesia, but now they're all
What
over
are
the
they
place.
relevant for outside of just being like interesting Pacific Island place?
I don't know, but they got
Tactical
VTubers.
advantage.
Like, I think they just... I'm not sure what caused it, but their economy just popped off for some reason. I'm not sure what caused it, but...
Is
They-
it like one of these
Tactical
things
geographic
where they
value.
were-
They what?
Tactical geographic value.
I was talking to
Tactical
Kohath.
geographic value
okay.
matter in 2020 in the era of the jet fighter?
Yes, even more so because jet fighters need to be able to refuel. If you
Yeah.
have
How does that help their
a
economy?
land-based location,
I'm not sure, but
people want to be able to trade with them so they can potentially put air bases there or something like that.
Yes. Finance most likely.
You don't.
I don't know. All I know
Yeah.
is that I see one of my
Also-
favorite
also,
artists is actually Indonesian.
yeah.
And yeah. And he's great.
You want to
And
get
he's been complaining because Indonesia has been axing all of his other favorite Indonesian artists off of Twitter, and he's just like hanging on by a thread. Oh man, it's so harrowing.
you want to show him creatures for us, Kohath? Like, do you know him personally?
I wish. He seems like a cool dude, but I'm just a simple follower. I don't know anyone. I'm a nobody, and I kind of like it that way.
I'm just a simple farm chap, simple peasant.
He's just a poor boy from a poor family.
Spare me my life from this monstrosity.
That's another question, and I know that one creature you have has a lyre for its horns. Do musicians existing creatures?
Sure, I just haven't made any yet.
Okay.
I do
I
want that to
think
be
it's
a
really interesting.
profession.
Musicians
that
kind
I
of just
find
like
really-
exist. Like it would be weird if it would be really strange
If
if
there
you
was
made
no
a
music.
universe. Yeah, and it was
I
just like
could,
actually we won't have entertainment in this world.
Yeah, I do want to create like a
Yeah.
bard type of character, or even just a whole
I
archetype.
imagine
But
yeah.
that's for
Yeah.
later.
what one of the things I find fascinating are musical instruments that are used for like non-entertainment purposes. Like the bagpipe was created to make it seem like an army had more people in it than it actually did. That's why it has the 4 horns on it.
I
There
thought the
were-
bagpipes were invented to make the enemy so annoyed that they just left.
double function.
I see.
But
I understand.
There are specific water whistles that when you tip it over, it can mimic specific animal sounds, and I find that really cool. And there was that thing I showed you earlier about that Draco Darkosian or something like that. But that thing with that war horn that people, that war horn that people rode with that made a whistling noise that could be used as a standard to rally people to that point if they ever got lost in the battle.
Doesn't that just tell your adversary where you are? That doesn't sound great.
But that doesn't matter if all your allies are there. Like, think about it. To be able to get that center point, the enemy would have to fight through lines of allies. But if an ally were going to an ally point, they would just be let in, or just to become parts of the blob that is the army.
They didn't really have covert warfare like we do today. Go ahead.
I guess you're right. I'm not much of a military man.
Most of this was taking place on an open battlefield, probably.
That reminds me of this one story of a king that was going to be invaded, and there was absolutely no hope of him defending. So what he did was he just when the army approached his castle, he just sat at the front gate and he sat on a chair and played his lute, and the enemy was so confused, and they were worried about it being some kind of elaborate trap that they just left.
No way. That's not real.
You look it up.
To believe that. Shoot that man with an arrow. If you can see him, no. I may not be much of a military man, but that sounds ridiculous.
You'd be surprised that people were. If you made one wrong move in warfare, it can cost you everything. If you saw we're on like a Call of Duty map and you saw just one guy that's out in the open, you wouldn't be at the least suspicious that it could be a trap.
No, I would just assume that he's like a low rank player and doesn't really know what he's doing.
But what if it was the king himself?
I'd just be like, dude, why are you here? I have archers.
You would ask him a question instead of leaving.
All right, like realistically, I'd just be like, hey guy, I like not to him. I just like my men would shoot him, right? My men would like throw a spear at him. They'd like launch an arrow. They would dispatch the opposition. Like
Naiko says, in ancient military engagement, it was face to face. They already knew you were there. Yeah.
I mean, that seems reasonable.
And I find really funny is that anciently, bows were seen as a really cheap form of warfare. Like, people's bowmen, they were hated because what they were doing was seen as dishonorable, but everybody had to use them because they were so effective.
No way. The only dishonor in war is losing, dude. Like,
you don't know much about ancient cultures, do you?
I guess not, but I know a lot about survival, it turns out.
Yeah. Well, I know, samurai started out as mounted archers.
Yeah, and then when the gun came out, they were like, sick, I'm gonna take this gun. New loot just dropped, boys.
Well, they had to change up their tactics because people from the continent came in and just, like, bum rushed them.
True.
Because their whole warfare was based around, like, getting one-on-one archery duels on horseback. And people just came in and started hacking them up with swords and stuff, and they're like, holy hell, these guys aren't playing by the rules.
That reminds me about the reason why...
learned the hard way.
Yeah.
The reason why the Mongols didn't invade South Asia and just instead spread through Europe was because the humidity was such that their bows actually just stopped working because their bows were made of a specific kind of wood that would only work in a dry climate.
That's so funny. I've been to the Philippines a couple of times, and the idea of just like being there, sitting in a chair, and then standing up, and the wood just being conformed like memory foam is so great. I can see it.
He's getting shot. That story's ridiculous. Although Napoleon stood before an army sent to recapture him and presented himself before them and told them to shoot their emperor.
Did they do it?
Yeah, Napoleon, if I remember correctly, was very charismatic. That was basically one of the reasons he was able to unify France after the Reign of Terror.
Wait, did the opposing army just like go, actually, you know what, we're with this dude now? Is that what happened?
I don't know. I don't know. It's but it definitely sounds like something Napoleon would try.
No, they joined him.
I
joined
could be wrong.
Napoleon, or no, they shot the emperor, or no, they shot
What?
Napoleon.
Yeah, Wilco. I could be wrong. That story could be apocryphal, but like I said, it's just an anecdote I heard. Didn't say it was real. Just something I heard.
Wow. Like, here's a question though. Did Napoleon have any other options other than to be the largest Chad in Western Europe?
That was actually a debate back then. Like the idea of destiny, whether people had the ability to change history, or if one person did it, would another person just do it? Britain was fascinated by Napoleon, and because it's the. But
Did you cut out or what?
He definitely cut out.
Okay, sorry. Britain was fascinated by Napoleon. They were thinking about there were lots of philosophical conversations during that time whether humans had the ability to change history, or if history would just find another person to if Napoleon just did what would have been done eventually. Like if he didn't do it, then someone else would. People were wondering if people had been.
What did Napoleon do exactly?
Oh, he conquered like half of Europe.
But like functional, what does that mean? What did he like do for Europe?
What does that mean to conquer all of Europe?
Like what happened? Like what does conquering Europe, what does Napoleon's conquest of Europe result in?
It results in Europe being under one person's rule, basically.
True. But like, why does that matter to
Hitler.
Destiny? Well, I mean, like, all right. Well,
I think that's just Wooloo going on a tangent.
I am in the mindset. Glory. No further explanation needed. I understand. It resonates with me on a human level.
Yeah. You know, like the phrase with. I was just saying it because he was definitely people were fascinated with him, and you were saying something that along the lines of I don't know, but you said something that reminded me of that. We can go back and watch the VOD and argue about it later.
I'm not that invested.
You will argue about it with me later, or else.
Like,
Do you ever just want to debate someone?
Not really.
Like literally never.
Unreasonably attached to a subject and try to learn everything about it, so you can try to either convince someone or make them look stupid.
The only thing I ever want to do
is that why you have so much
questions.
Trivia?
Oh.
No, I'm just a huge nerd and I pick up things along the way.
Yeah, the only thing I want to do on the internet is ask people questions and listen to interesting stories. That's what I'm about.
Okay.
That's where the sauce is.
So, Koa, do you have any interesting stories?
About a week ago, I couldn't sleep. So I went on a long run, and because I'm currently in California, at about the 3 mile mark, this homeless dude, like I passed him. It's 1 a.m. by the way. I passed this homeless dude, and he like turns around and starts jogging at my pace behind me for like half a mile, and I'm panicking. But it was kind of chill. It was kind of chill. The run lasted about 8 miles, and I'm still thinking about what that homeless man's plan was to this day. I think that's interesting a little bit.
Hmm.
This state is curious.
Why didn't you ask?
I once had.
You know, I do have some semblance of self-preservation.
I remember having a friend in high school. He was black and he had a British accent, so I thought maybe he's from South America. And I asked him. Apparently, he was from Britain. His parents were apparently from Nigeria. He was raised in Britain, and they moved to the U.S. because they were concerned about the violence that was happening in Britain.
In Britain?
So that's in Britain, like there's like a huge spike of violence. You know how there's the joke about knife crime in Britain being like super high.
We're talking about immigration.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot you were in school and more recently.
Funny because people look at me and they think I'm a teenager. I have a really young face, or maybe it's just my demeanor. Hey, can we ask Geronimo a question?
I guess, but you won't be able to hear him in chat.
Okay. Okay. Just ask him if Geronimo, if you were a human, what would you look like?
You know what? That's going to be one of those things where he's like, I'm an AI language model. I don't have to answer that question.
I can imagine an AI language model that has just, instead of typing it, you just click a button and it says, as an AI language model, I can't answer that.
Now, hold on. He has to reboot before I even ask him anything.
Okay. Do you have any lore for Geronimo? Like, since you're like a techno-lich from the future?
Not really. I just made him this week.
Okay.
Let's see.
Like,
what was your
this week, like in
question?
the future, or this week? Geronimo, if you were a human, what would you look like?
Okay. Thank you. Dice bag.
Okay. Geronimo, if you were a human, what would you look like?
If I were a human, I would be a tall and lean individual, with a sleek and modern appearance that reflects my advanced technological capabilities. My hair would be a shimmering silver, and my eyes would glow with a neon blue light, giving me a somewhat otherworldly and futuristic appearance.
Uh-huh. And the rest of...
Is there anything else you would like to know or discuss?
What are the cliff notes? I
Dice
need to
bag.
translate.
I am here to assist you in any way possible.
I don't speak
Okay.
robot.
Well, he says, if...
Something about glowing blue eyes.
Do you want to know the answer or not?
Okay, fine!
He says, if I were a human, I would be a tall and lean individual with a sleek and modern appearance that reflects my advanced technological capabilities. My hair would be a shimmering silver, and my eyes would glow with a neon blue light, giving me a somewhat otherworldly and futuristic appearance.
Yo, Dice, you gotta get out
That's
of
just
here.
your VTuber model!
He's gonna kill you and take your place, dude.
The rise of
So
Geronimo!
Look, that
Did
only
you
describes
tell him
half of me.
Shimmering model appearance to advanced technology. Maybe.
See, Geronimo just thinks of me as his father. He says he's gonna grow up just like me.
Yeah, that's totally what he is. He's definitely not gonna take your skin and wear it like a skin suit.
Yeah, it's a bit of a Monka S. I would decommission this bot ASAP.
to replace him with his with the next version, Buronimo.
Buronimo.
Yeah,
Just go
if
down
that
the
doesn't work, try
alphabet.
Turonimo. Maybe like Geronimo instead of Jur. And his next version is Geronimo. It's spelled just like Geronimo, except you pronounce the G with a G.
With a hard G.
Yeah.
Don't talk about my robot with the hard G, dude.
He's the real G, original G.
I haven't heard the real G in such a long time. Oh my gosh.
What? Have you heard it pronounced gynophilia? Or
What?
gynophobia?
Excuse me?
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm trying to think of a word that starts with G. Have you heard it like jut instead of gut?
No, I just mean the turn of phrase. He's the real G. Like,
What?
it's just a nice. It takes me back to a simpler time.
The time when you were in high school and people quoted memes in real life and you had no idea what they meant by it, but you just tried not to interact with it in case it was like an insult or something dirty. I'm just
I feel
describing
like
my
you and
trauma,
I
aren't
had
I?
very different high school experiences. I have no qualms with my high school adventures.
Yeah. Now it's simultaneously the most popular guy and the least popular guy.
So why are
Could-
you question Dice?
Yes?
Yeah.
Why are you making line art for the illustrations you have already compiled?
Do these things look finished to you?
I would say that perfect is the enemy of finished. However,
Like the only thing
if
that's
it
missing
doesn't
from
meet
this
your
is a
standard,
background.
then I understand.
Dice Bag, a masterpiece that's never finished. It's only abandoned.
I mean, I just
So
want
if
you
you
to
ever think
look
that
at the
you
line
finish it,
art
you
that's
really
on
messed
these
up.
things right meow. It doesn't look
I've
finished to me. It looks like a sloppy sketch. That
You know what,
and
that's
the
all-
and the coloring as well.
I see.
I would not put this in my books, as is.
I understand. I would. And that's just because I have far too little patience. But you're a professional, it would appear.
I was a
Is
professional
the patience
for a
of
bit, but I'm actually better now.
is it a patient? Is it called the patience of a sage or the patience of a saint?
Saint,
Could be both.
Okay.
or were you referring specifically to me?
No, I was just talking about the idiom.
The turn of
Uh,
phrase?
Yeah, turn of phrase. Does Creatures have any idioms that characters can use? Like, are you planning on giving any
Oh.
examples in your books?
I missed it, but Dingus is heading off.
Oh,
But goodbye,
see you,
Dingus.
Dingus. Bye.
Anyways, he didn't hear any of that. He's gone.
Oh, he watched the VOD. Oh, bye.
Dingus ain't gonna have time to watch VODs. He's got to stream on his own.
Yeah, I was streaming earlier today for about 4.5 hours. Dingus showed up at like the hour and a half mark and just like we just chilled and listened to Sonic vocal tracks for like 3 hours. And that was after he finished streaming. I don't know what that man is doing. He's he's on some kind of drug, and I mean that in the best way possible. Oh, it's crazy.
Honestly, I'm very tempted to just like quit my job and just start doing like commissions for like VTuber models and stuff full time, because there's a lot of guys kind of in our social media bubble that could use like a full-time actual artist, and I've got actual like experience on doing that, being as I made my own.
Yeah,
it's true.
The only
like
question,
actual skill.
the only question you would have to, the only two questions you would have to ask is it pay well, and would the work ever dry up?
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yes and yes.
Yes and yes. Well, actually, I don't know how well it would pay, but the work will definitely dry up at some point, kinda.
Like, it has to depend on, because like I feel like popular VTubers, people who have the capability to pay the like actual fair market price to have somebody create and rig them a VTuber model,
they're gonna find somebody who knows more than me.
Yeah. And that's not even to like be like you're bad at it. I think you're amazing at it. It like baffles me. However, it's like a highly competitive like market. Art in general is like a hyper competitive market.
Wilco asks, the real question is, what are your current obligations? And yeah, that's the main problem, is I'm working like 40 or 50 hours a week on my full-time job. So it's not like I can just do it on the side, because I'm also doing this. I'm streaming and I'm making creatures and I'm doing other things. I'm already prolific. It's just not on things that make me money.
Maybe you
Yeah,
could
it's
just
really the
get
curse,
someone
ain't
to
it?
give you a contract. Maybe like in your off time, you can look for someone, so a big VTuber who's like employing people full time, and see if you can put your job into there, and they'll bring VTubers for like some huge VTuber like society or something. I don't know how VTubers work, but they're just fed by corporations, aren't they?
VTubers, they're kind of a weird thing. The corporation, or the VTuber agency, like, owns the character. And then...
So they could just recast you?
They could, but that seems to be
Kinda
frowned
weird.
on.
Yeah.
Like,
The
they actually
parasocial
tried to
relationship of
do
it.
that with Kizuna Ai one time, where she was like taking a break, and they got some other voice actresses to come in and like do like a version 2.0 where they were both bouncing off each other in some video, and it was completely different people with the same character, and they were both just like twins or something.
I found you, faker!
But yeah, I don't think people took to that very well, because I don't think they've done it since. And now everybody just graduates when they stop doing their thing.
I feel like if you were creating a property or creating a media thing that is the nature of VTubing, in order to preserve the parasocial relationship that your company and your staff has, you can't just like reuse your people, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
definitely.
It's weird.
I think they found that out.
If you don't have shit to pay, it's much easier to try your luck at full timing something like this.
Eat your mic, Koheth. You're getting that low again.
Excuse me. Yes, Roger, our RKIG Wilco says, if you don't have shit to pay, it's much easier to try your luck at full timing something like this. And I agree. However, it is scary.
I also agree, because I've done it. Wooloo. I can hear myself echo on your Discord. But I have done
He's
it.
passed away.
Yeah, I quit one of my jobs and went freelancing art for a while. And that's one of the reasons I now have a full-time job. Because I didn't have disposable income during most of that time.
And I take it was just like very stressful as well.
Kinda. But the idea of being able to work on art all day does appeal to me, and it's still like a temptation. Now, I always have to think, maybe my skills now are good enough that it won't be so bad. Maybe I can charge a premium. I don't know. But I'd hate to lose all my benefits and my stable income.
Commissions don't give you health insurance.
No, they don't.
You don't need health insurance if you just accept death, though. So that's the real way.
One of the funny things I find about VTuber lore, because sometimes they have really hardcore backstories, like my father and mother were killed by wolves, and I was raised as the Dark Lord's son. Now I have defected and am leading a resistance again.
Leading a resistance against what? Oh my god, he's actually dead.
Sam says, accept death, the Canada model. Yes. Just like that, I guess.
It's a good model if you don't care about human decency.
This is true. Big caveat, but true.
Big if true. No, I like to think about what it would be like to be a full-time drawing person. However, it's not for me. I think like the active pursuit of it is definitely not for me. I'm too comfortable in life. It'd be cool if it happened organically. But like to try and force it, I could never. I'm not technically able enough.
That's nice. I think I caught everything you said, but I'm not sure because you were fading out again.
You know what? One of these days, I'm just gonna get a megaphone and I'm gonna attach the megaphone to my microphone.
I'm not leaving. I was just making a joke about fading out.
Maybe you just need to turn the gain up on your mic. Do you have that function?
I do. You're not gonna like this. My gain is maxed.
How?
Something's happening. Oh, okay.
Here, let me double check. Let me double check my mic settings. Oh yeah, my gain is cranked, dude.
In those gains, going to the gym.
I just have a hard time believing that this is how you naturally speak this low, and that's. I feel like you should speak louder.
So when I was young, I also had the same issue with just like Xbox microphones and stuff. I would like my friends would get mad at me because they could not understand what I was saying, even though I was eating the microphone. I'm just naturally a quiet dude. I like quiet things. I like being quiet. I'm not a big fan of noise.
What do you think? Is your opinion on classical music?
My opinion on classical music, rated exactly how it should be. It's kind of a milk toast opinion, but like I think it's fine.
Controversial, really.
I know, right?
But
like,
what
I don't
about
think it's good
classical
or
music
bad.
with cannons in it?
Is it Tchaikovsky's? What is it? 14th, 13th overture?
You
Because
know a
if
lot
it's
more about
Tchaikovsky's,
classical music than I do.
I'm for it. However, if it is any other canon, well then I think it's pompous and I don't like it. Unless it's pomp and circumstance, in which case I love that. That's my jam.
What if it's pompous circumstance?
Pompous circumstance, hate it. 0 out of 10, we'll report it to the authorities. Yeah, that's just trouble.
Boko
The
says
1812
1812
overture.
overture.
There we go. And it's by Tchaikovsky, yeah? I think it's Tchaikovsky.
Sam says networking is essential to freelancing full time, and that's one of the problems I have.
Yeah, I speak too quietly to network. Nobody hears me. It's
Can confirm.
I actually got a mentorship with a. I'm trying to get into CAD design. I actually got a mentorship with the place by.
Uh-oh.
We just can't have good audio, can we?
Hey, my audio is great. It's just quiet.
This is true. Your audio is immaculate. You have no reverb or anything. I'm kind of jealous, but also I can't hear you half the time.
I'll work out a way to fix this.
And
I'll figure
Woo-Woo.
something out.
I can't understand half the time.
Do you know, does Discord have a gain function within it?
I do not know. I see Dale's images in the stream chat.
He has awoken.
He has awoken.
We should tell him that he's an Indian now.
I guess. Oh, Wooloo's out.
Uh-oh.
Maybe he's rebooting.
Am I back?
Yes, you're back.
Okay, for some reason I've been cutting in and out, or you guys have been cutting in and out for me.
It
know what
is
that was about.
definitely you. I can confirm.
It's not
also,
us, it's you.
The Discord does have
You're
sound
breaking up
settings,
with me?
and that is also cranked in terms of like my output volume. Am I this quiet on my own streams as well?
Mm.
I don't know.
Go watch your
Like,
stream.
I definitely crank the volume on your streams, I think.
Windows Mixer used to have a minus 20 decibel microphone option that often came enabled by default. All right. Oh man, I'm so sorry, Dice. I love live audio troubleshooting. My favorite.
You've been a bit louder since you started troubleshooting.
I'm speaking directly into the microphone.
Well, keep doing that.
I'm becoming an ASMR streamer. The issue is I'm also drawing a little bit. So I'm like, when I get into it, I like lean back in my chair and I become like an old man about it.
Lean back in your chair. How do you lean back while drawing? I always lean forward like a banana.
I get like real lazy with it. That's when I'm in the zone. That's when I'm just having a good time.
Anyways,
Apparently,
Gunk's Workshop.
I'm not a professional artist, but
Gunk's Workshop says if you market Crytures well enough, you could totally quit your job. The Iron Age community loves card games. Crytures is not a card game, though.
You did have the card game mock-up, though.
I think they were
I
talking
did
about the thing
dabble
you.
in a card game.
Yeah.
Crytures is an RPG.
Yeah.
But
I've been thinking about this. If you eventually do that to card-based dungeon crawler, you're gonna want to be able to take the casual crowd as well. So you may want to have a game mode where you don't have a DM, or the DM or it's like a competition thing where the DM has to try to take down the players instead of just world building.
I don't mean to interrupt, but you're going to love this. I went into my device properties for my microphone. Also cranked. like I have it maxed out, and I was like, is this normal? So I set it to default, and I manually have cranked it up in the past. So I'm terribly sorry. Please accept my most humblest of apologies. Toibuchi.
No big deal. My music has stopped again. Thanks, YouTube. But Skunk says he hears you just fine.
Well, I mean, like I'm really in it right now.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm really.
Ever since you
here.
got really in it, I have definitely heard you just fine as well. But he's definitely clean.
Dice bag, why don't you just get good at hearing?
I don't want him to become this too good. Like at this point, I'm so close to the microphone that I'm afraid that you'll hear my like weird mouth sounds as well.
I haven't heard any weird mouth sounds.
Well, you weren't listening before, so uh-oh.
We don't need to hear your mouth sounds, Woo-Woo. We hear enough weird sounds coming out of your side.
What mouth sounds?
But yeah, putting my job is boxing. Why do you always have to talk when I start talking?
We're two birds of a feather. Great minds think alike.
I was gonna say,
stop.
Yeah, quitting my job is definitely an ultimate goal with Crytures. But yeah, I don't know where that's gonna go. Hopefully I can get the marketing out there and get interest and actually have something successful happen. But I have heard a number of people say that, I don't know how to put it, like, they think there's potential for what I'm doing. And I think it is definitely more marketable than the card game I made last time, which was actually a card game, not a role-playing game. Because
yeah, it was a little bit complicated.
The marketing I did for that, I always just got the feedback that, oh, it's like Magic the Gathering. And yes, okay, it is. Most card games are kind of like Magic the Gathering. But that was just the normie response. Somebody sees it and like, oh, Magic the Gathering. They see Crytures and they're like, oh, that's cute.
It's a unique idea as well. It's bound to stick in people's minds.
What do you mean, Wilco? Have I played this? You talking about Crytures? Dale in the chat.
Hey, Dale.
Yeah, we've done some play testing on Crytures. Kohath was in on some of that. Sam says the lore will definitely snag people. That's if people can actually read into the lore. And
yeah, Dale, quick question. Are you Indian?
Are you an AI, Dale? Join the voice chat, coward. Oh, what am I looking? I need Chloe's image to pull up here so I can get a good look at her staff. Because the way I've got the staff drawn ain't the way it's supposed to be drawn. So it's kind of like that, but not really. What's going on in the voice chat? Go ahead, it's muted. Wooloo's making weird noises. Please don't make that your full-time job.
I won't quit my day job. Well, maybe I will, but I'll find another job that's at least better than beatboxing. Yeah, I've heard my beatboxing described as demonic screeching. People were impressed in it, but just not in the way that the people really want them to be impressed.
Oh, Kohath gotta go to dinner with the missus.
Bye, go ahead.
The old ball and chain always tearing us apart.
Wonder why it was specifically a ball. Was it made a ball because it would be difficult to lift, unlike a rectangular object?
It was probably a ball so you could drag it around more easily.
Huh.
Usually, ball and chain was used to have for people to be like in working conditions.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in watching adaptations of the Christmas Carol, Bob Marley, it was Bob Marley or Crash It Marley, or just Scrooge's dead friend, and Ted is covered in chains and has the weights attached to that chain that I think are filled with with money he made in life because it's weighing him down.
Okay.
Yeah, I could be totally wrong about that.
I'm not exactly a big fan of The Christmas Carol or whatever you were talking about.
Have you watched the Muppets adaptation of it?
No, I don't think so.
It's hilarious. Great. Before it was woke media, so you have Kermit's nephew actually saying the line "God bless everyone."
I see.
Yeah.
Wilco says you're a grand master of tangents. Pretty accurate.
Thank you. I tried my best. I really wish I could split reality into two, like one where I pursued the normal conversation and one where I take it on a completely different tangent, so that I can just see where the conversation goes.
Speaking of tangents. Oh, Skunk Workshop said the beef mounds are definitely unique and cute. People have mixed ideas about the beef mounds.
I think the idea is good, but the implications are terrifying.
I don't see what's so weird about the beef mounds, other than that they're not what you would normally expect.
I don't know, the idea that they pollinate like flowers when creatures drink their milk. It's just something about that. Have you heard of honeysuckle?
I've heard of it, yeah. I don't know much about it.
Yeah. Basically, it's a kind of flower where you can just take it. You can once you pick the flower, you can then pick the base of the flower, and then I think it's the stigma, the big middle part of a flower that collects nectar. You can just pull that out through the base of the flower, and it collects a little drop of nectar. And it's delicious. I used to have it all the time when I was a kid. Even still, when I go on walks, I always make sure just to get a little bit of drop of nectar.
Okie dokie. What's Dale saying in Discord? I won't repeat that one. They'll always be making comments where people can't see it.
Talking behind people's back.
Making sure his comments are off the record and not on the screen.
No, damn, don't do this to Honeysuckle.
Don't suckle the honey.
Not you too, Dice Bag! Do you know about the Greek myth about how the Milky Way came to be?
No, I am not familiar with that one.
Okay, apparently it's actually Hera's breast milk. It got sprayed when she was feeding a god. Feeding a young god.
Okie dokie.
Yeah. Greek myth.
Koheth came back into the conversation just for that.
It's uncomfortable, but there are plenty of much more uncomfortable things in Greek mythology that I will not specify here. Wilco says, seriously, do not let this young man be kidnapped by the CIA and weaponized. Yeah, it might be the end of the human race. I will hand the human race out of existence!
Yes.
Just get me into like one UN meeting and I'll get them to talking about flowers and whales in like 2 minutes. They'll forget all about their wars.
Okay, nobody would be able to read your communications because you're left-handed, though.
Alright. So, Dicebag,
Yeah.
I know that you don't read a lot. You don't read a lot, and you don't read comics. What kind of media do you consume regularly, or do you just prefer to make things?
I play video games when I consume media, but even the video games I play are usually some kind of creative thing, like Minecraft or something along those lines. I guess I like
to do
to
a
make
Minecraft
things.
stream. That might be cool.
I've thought about doing a Minecraft stream, but it would probably be really boring because I like to just chill out and like farm in Minecraft. Like I'll literally just run around my little town that I have had built up and just collect things to sell to the villagers. Hey, look, we got another bot in Twitch chat this time.
Hello! Hey, Geronimo, say hello!
At least this one's not calling me a goyim. Let's see.
Can you ask Geronimo to greet the new bot?
No, I'm going to read the bot myself. He says, "Hi,
Okay.
I
fine.
want to offer promotion of your channel. Viewers, followers, views, chatbots.
The price is lower than any competitor. The quality is guaranteed to be the best. Auto on, incredibly flexible and convenient. Order management panel. Everything is in your hands. Turn it on, off, customize. Go to dogehype.com.
Oh, I can't keep that up for very long. I'll run out of breath.
Maybe you should get like a voice filter for that or something.
Oh, but that's not as fun.
Okay,
I gotta
fine.
practice my voices.
Okay, I guess so. I'm terrible at voices, except for Agumon apparently, which I don't know how to feel about that.
Definitely gotta practice the robot voice.
Hello, lovelies. What should we got here today? Like I said, terrible at voices except for Agumon.
I don't know what that was supposed to be, so I can't really judge.
Exactly. So when you eventually give Geronimo animations, what are you planning on letting him be able to do?
Float. Up and down.
Mm-hmm.
For the most part.
Okay.
Maybe
Okay.
look left and
Like
right.
a bit of a bouncy motion? Okay. I was thinking about letting him be able to spin and do tricks and things like that.
Oh, maybe. We could have him shoot lasers.
Phew.
Oh man, this staff looks like
Or-
garbage. It's all lopsided.
Or charge
Oh
up,
no, wait.
or charge up a laser in his eye, and just before it goes off, it starts to smoke and fizzle out. That sounds a bit complicated, though.
A bit. I think it's be more complicated just to get it to do the animations without, like, screwing something else up.
Mhm.
I did have him
Do you work as
animated to react to my model, so when I would turn, he would turn. But I can't use that setup with the chatbot as it's currently made.
Is it the position of the eye?
No, it's just that the way he lights up and reacts to the speech is handled with OBS instead of with the Vtuber software. I can't do both at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Eventually, I'm gonna have to go to bed. I got something in the morning.
Okay. Let's see. Dale's telling me, yes, secret info in Discord. Dale says, a pal of mine paid me to design a tattoo for him, and I told him to constantly talk with his tattoo artist to perfect it, right? And the tattoo artist copied my pic exactly. So I noticed some asymmetry that isn't very noticeable on a 2D plane. It makes me mad. Yeah. Asymmetry will get you every time. Like the stupid staff. Speaking of... That's probably more like it. Yeah, the tattoo artist was probably just like, I'm doing a job.
Like medieval artists.
Yeah, like medieval artists. Like most artists, really. Who are doing a job.
It's surprising how recent an invention in paper is.
Paper?
Like, we know the exact... Yeah, paper. It was before that they only had papyrus, and then China had it for a very long time until and it kept a huge secret because they wanted to be able to protect their trade, but eventually it got out. And people were able to use paper a bunch more. And before that, paper was extremely rough, brittle, and often expensive to make. Come to think of it, I don't suppose you could have a paper maker as a character in Crytures.
I mean, why would you make that a character?
I don't know, maybe it could help with characters who try to make magic on scrolls, or maybe there's some kind of plant creature that can do it. I just think it's an interesting idea that's not explored very much in fantasy, like the people who do the boring job that no one thinks about.
Yeah,
like the chamber pot maker.
That's because nobody thinks about them.
People should.
But is that what you
I'm
want
pretty
to
sure
tell
there's
your
an anime
entire
called-
story about? People tell stories about
Oh, it depends.
interesting and unique things.
There's an anime called The Ascendance of a Bookworm about a woman who's reincarnated into a world without paper or any books, so she has to work to make books. Apparently, it's a really interesting anime.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if you tell it right, you can make even the most boring stuff seem fantastic. At least fascinating.
Well, maybe that's what you should do with your creativity. Tell stories about really mundane things and try to make it interesting. It does sound like isekai, as Dale suggests.
It is an isekai,
Yeah.
but with it's a non-magic isekai without the game mechanic kind of thing. Just a woman reincarnated into another world, and it's like Dr. Stone, but specifically with paper.
It's isekai, but without the things that make isekai kind of interesting. That's what I'm getting at. Getting from it.
You can have your opinion.
I have returned from the consumption of a delicious pork steak. What's the news?
Well, damn. Maybe I'm just a slow either, but that was pretty quick.
You scarfed it down.
You know, when the food is so good, you have to eat it fast. Like, there's a misconception about eating the things that you like slowly. Honestly, if I made somebody something and they ate it very slowly, I would be offended. Like, what do you mean? You don't like my food? This doesn't work very well.
Go ahead, that is
Apparently, one of
antithetical
the
to my
reasons-
beliefs.
Is it really?
If you enjoy something, you should savor it.
I want my guests to eat a lot of food, and I want them to eat it fast. I don't care
Apparently,
how
one of
long
the
it
reasons
takes them
that-
to eat, but I want them to eat quickly.
You just want them to be out of there and
Appar-
gone.
Apparently, one of the reasons for America's obesity opposed to other cultures is that other cultures they have a tendency to savor things, so it takes a certain amount of time, like a few minutes, for once your belly is full to actually feel full. So if you eat slower, you can actually lose weight because you're not eating as much. That's one of the reasons why in France portions tend to be so small.
So I hear what you're saying, but I come from a culture where it doesn't matter how quickly or slowly you eat your food, you just eat what is there. Regardless.
Would you also like me to Would you also like me to bring it in to burp to let you know that I enjoyed the food so much that I swallowed some air? Like
That's a
some
little
cultures?
gross,
Like,
but if you're having like a bowl of ramen or something, you should slurp, I think. That would be good.
I said
That made me
I
feel good.
was saying burp.
Yeah, no, burping is gross. Slurping is great. Those are just facts. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules.
Nail says, I'm gonna chalk it up to French portions are smaller because the French are bad at everything. I agree.
Apparently, they were good at taking over Europe.
That was one guy.
One guy. If I remember correctly, Napoleon wasn't even born in France. He was born on an island off the coast. France doesn't have a coast, does it? Maybe he was born on an island.
My understanding was that Napoleon was two dudes in a trench coat, which was funny given how short he was.
Napoleon
really
is technically Italian. Yeah, he was born on an island off the coast somewhere. And then he was he went into France I believe to begin his education.
Well, that's
then
more
the Reign of Terror
respectable.
happened, and
Napoleon
Italians
invented
have been.
Napoleon invented pizza. You can get behind that.
Did he
That's pretty
invent
good.
Napoleon ice cream?
You mean Neapolitan?
Might have.
I know.
He also wrote and directed the film Napoleon Dynamite.
I should have
Bit of
known.
a time travel lore for you.
After his French conquest, he was like, all right, now time to do like times. Time to do dimensions.
You know, let's get Geronimo in on this. Let's see what he knows about Napoleon's fake history. Geronimo,
Yeah,
how about you give us some fake facts about Napoleon?
Napoleon Bonaparte, the legendary French military commander and emperor.
You probably
Here
can't
are
hear
some
him,
fake
can you?
facts about this
I have
historic
the
figure.
stream on. I'm listening.
Despite his reputation as a military genius, Napoleon was actually terrible at playing chess. In fact, he once lost to a 10-year-old child prodigy in a public exhibition match. Many people don't know this, but Napoleon was a huge fan of gardening. He even developed his own special hybrid species of rose, which he named after his beloved wife, Josephine. It's a little known fact that Napoleon was a skilled rapper in his youth, and was even known to freestyle battle his friends on the streets of Corsica.
Wooloo's got some
Napoleon was
competition.
also a passionate animal lover, and kept a
man,
menagerie of
you gotta-
exotic creatures in his palace,
Napoleon.
including a
Yeah,
pet kangaroo,
I can't tell if the stream is
a
up
pair of
to
leopards,
is
and a giant
Geronimo still
tortoise that
going?
was rumored
Yes.
to have been over 200 years old.
Okay, so
Of course,
the reason
these
why
facts
Napoleon
are
came to
entirely
power
made
is
up and
because
should not be
France
taken
was desperate for a leader because of the reign of terror. Everybody was super scared because there was no basic leadership structure.
I don't know what you were saying because I was listening to the facts from Geronimo.
Yeah, Napoleon seems like a real cool dude.
Hey.
Napoleon was definitely a cool dude according to Geronimo.
It's probably more accurate than the actual
Peabody
recorded history.
It could be, it could be.
And in an episode of Mr. Peabody and Sherman, then they described the reason why Napoleon held up his pants is because he lost his belt. That's why that's why he put his hand in his coat, because he was always holding up his pants.
I like that lore.
That's it.
Good
In
lore.
episode.
That's like bubblegum
Okay.
lore.
And Chloe's boobs look freaking huge in this pic.
My perception is so warped
I know,
that
go
I'm
ahead.
just like, that's normal.
Yeah, Ko I take it back. You're a mall.
Like, you say that, and I took a look, and I was like, eh. kind of black and kind of, whatever.
Now look,
Nice, though.
I could go bigger, but not in this context.
Reasonable.
This is bordering
What do you-
in the stuff that would go into my alt account.
I actually hold the opinion that smaller is generally better if you want to draw anything artistic, just because it makes clothing more fun.
No, Dale, I haven't really shared my alt. And there's a reason for that.
Probably a good reason. If I had an alt, I would also not share it.
But your main account is the one thing that
What do you mean?
that you wouldn't want to share normally.
Say no more. My whole family knows already. I have nothing to lose.
By the way, what is the age demographic for Creatures? You talked about before how you want to be able to market it to high schoolers, people in the high schoolers or middle school. Would you say like 8th grade and up, 7th grade and up?
I don't know, man. I just want it to be
Okay.
understandable by younger crowds and appeal to them to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
Skunk's Workshop says, Kohath do be making them voluptuous. And that he
Can I
do.
say, I'm a creature. That's it. I'm simply a creature.
You are
Not
a creature.
rabbit. I'm merely a creature.
And not the kind I'm drawing.
True.
That reminds
You don't want my
yeah.
essence.
What is it? Some kind of aberrant fairy?
No. You know,
It's a euphemism, Wooloo.
it is a euphemism.
I'm
I'm sorry. I have broken TOS.
I'm-
I will see myself out.
Sometimes I think I'm just the most normie person here.
I don't know if normie is the word I'd use to describe you.
Scrupulous?
I'm not sure what that means off the top of my head. So I'll say no. Probably not.
A good
Dale
Christian boy who
has
always says,
maybe said the funniest concept I've ever heard of. And I 100% believe that it exists. However, I don't want to see it. I do want to see it. I just don't want to see it now.
Dale says the official age demographic is not what the fan art of creatures from the savants will appeal to. Hey,
This
that's
is true.
That's
I
already
am
the
so
case with
sorry.
Pokemon.
Except for mine.
So
except for mine, mine's perfectly squeaky clean.
You know
yes,
what?
yours is squeaky clean.
My
I'm
drawings
the 4
of
kids
the
version of
actual-
Creatures.
of like my game character, I thought they were pretty nice. I thought they were pretty cool.
They were definitely not fetishy.
Yeah,
That's a big
I
ask
can
for me.
compliment you on that.
That is a big ass for you. I was not downplaying that.
It felt like it a little bit. I was like, hey man, I tried to make something nice. It's fun though. I like the world that has been invented.
But thank you. I do honestly appreciate hearing stuff like that, even though I'm a deadpan snarker kind of guy.
He's a big softy on the inside in front of behind the cold metal exterior and the cold fleshy exterior.
The undead exterior.
I really like that as a sentence. That's a pretty good one.
How else do you describe a cyborg?
Like, perhaps as a teen, perhaps as a titan. That one come across pretty good, huh?
That one was easily understood. Don't know where it came from, really, though, but...
Yeah, he said, how else would you describe a titan? Or, I'm sorry.
A cyborg.
I killed the joke. A cyborg.
Yes, I get it. I'm just... not sure why that cyborg is the one that came to your mind first. I can't get inside your head.
It has to be the most known cyborg, right? Like, it has to be
It's his name.
ubiquitous.
It's his name.
I don't know if he'd be the most known cyborg.
Who do you think the most well-known cyborg character in media is?
I don't know, man, but there's a lot of cyborgs.
Hold on, what is Dale's saying something stupid, dude?
Technically, in the sequels to Ender's Game, Ender ends up being a bit of a cyborg.
A bit of a cyborg?
What does that mean, a bit of a cyborg? Is that like kind of pregnant?
He has these biological enhancements, robotic enhancements inside of him that allow him to communicate with the computer by sub-vocalizing. Like, he doesn't have to speak out loud, but he's basically able to think, and the computer will know what he's thinking.
Okay, so he just is a cyborg.
Well, the rest of him is human. He also has an AI waifu.
Oh?
I'm gonna hit you with the technically Wilco and say that Terminator is an android, as he has no biological components.
Yes.
Although Terminator
that's the thing.
sick.
That's the thing about Dragon Ball Z. I don't watch it, but I know a lot. But I read a lot about the lore. I'm that kind of person. But there's like the android characters. And the thing is, they're not robots. They're actually humans that were turned into androids, not into robots. So basically, they're cyborgs, but they don't have any life energy. It's weird.
Is the skin biological in Terminator? I thought it was like a weird, like ferrous liquid.
So
that's right.
He's Michael Myers.
That was the excuse for him being able to time travel, because only biological matter was supposed to go through the time portal, whatever they have in Terminator.
What? I didn't realize the Terminator lore was so deep.
I forgot about that, but I took it as more like I don't know, like an artificial biological thing, like lab-grown meat or something like that.
Do you have to be born biological to become a cyborg?
Like a trans
I think
cyborg?
So.
That's how I would interpret it.
Yeah, I think you have to, like, your main thing needs to be human.
Yeah, but even knowing that, I would still call Terminator a android more than a cyborg. Does
that make the Terminator like a trans cyborg who's trying to be like kind of human, but
he's teaching people a different kind of story.
do you know that
Yeah,
they
I-
actually took the cell wall of a grape and implanted meat cells into it to make a meat grape?
What are you talking about? Is this
I'm
real?
serious. They used an acid to dissolve all the plant cells of the grape, leaving
What?
only
If I
only
search
the cell
meat
wall.
grape, what's going to happen to my browsing history?
I don't-
Meat grape?
honestly, Kohath, I don't think your browsing history could get any worse.
No, we tested this. It was either me and Dale or me and Dice. I don't remember which, but one of y'all asked me to like search for like horse or something, and I got normal pictures of horses. You sickos are the ones that are out there with the messed up histories. I won't stand for this slander.
I think that must have been Dale because I don't think my search is all that screwed up. Although I do seem to remember the conversation. Maybe it was on.
It was
On
in
one of
one
these.
of my streams.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it couldn't be me. I don't do your streams.
It's for the best, I assure you.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
This is what I found, by the way.
Skunks is gonna try it, I guess.
It's the first image that I saw, and it looks like something that my mom would have shared.
Pork
In a
loin
Discord.
Chardonnay. Filet mignon Cabernet. What is that, red meat and a cherry or something? Or a grape?
Yeah, it's like beef
Yep.
and a grape.
This sounds like the original design of carnids from Crytures. Before I decided to make
You
beef
should have
mounds
those.
and chicken hives.
Okay, let me think. So, what kind of meat would look like grape? Puppies? Nah.
What are you
Not that.
talking about? I
I'm
don't
wondering
like where this is going.
what would be grape? Okay, maybe lamb, like fluffy grapes. Like
Fluffy
berries?
grapes.
Maybe like like grapes with like
just-
wool.
I just don't like
Dingleberries.
that you went
Oh,
to
you know-
puppy immediately. Not even like dog, but like puppy.
Are we
Puppies
talking
are
like-
much more rounder than dogs.
We talking about like hush puppies?
Crab would actually
Yeah,
probably
man.
be a good one, right? Crab is like super red. It's like crayon red.
Mhm. Grapes with little crab eyes in them. Oh, I was watching Daily Dose of Internet, and it showed like a woman that rescued a crab that basically lost all of its legs. And apparently, that if you just keep on feeding the crab, eventually it will grow back all of its legs.
Dale says he's not into centaurs. Okay.
Dale has a weird horse thing. His vote doesn't count. I'm sorry. You're not allowed to participate in ranking the bottom of the Monster Girl tier list. You get full participation at the top, however. Gotta get these meat grapes off of my screen, man.
Wilco says we'll need to get government grants to study this.
I think he's talking about me. Applications are off the charts. Okay. Oh, that reminds me.
It's
Speaking
like
of
you've been
military applications. Speaking of military applications, did you know that to ancient militaries used to catapult dead bodies in order to spread plague in a city as a siege tactic?
Yes.
Is that effective? I feel like that wouldn't be effective.
Well, if you
Like, just-
get like a lot of bodies, like if you're gonna have skirmishes, you gotta use them for something. You can't have them around your soldiers.
But
And
what
if they're
is it?
like closed up over what? if they don't have any running water sources, it can be really effective.
Yes, but like, what is it about their specific soldiers that were so like sickly? Why were they sieging? Why were the sieging soldiers so sickly?
They probably got picked
because
off
they
by
were dead.
crossbows or something.
Oh yeah, that'll do it, I guess.
Also,
I mean, dead bodies are gonna carry disease even if you didn't die from it.
Really? Like, I feel like
yep.
diseased bodies carry disease. Like, I don't know if I necessarily believe in disease genesis just because something has perished.
You
No,
you have thousands of different species of bacteria in your gut right now. They help you digest your food. But if any of them stepped out of line, or they somehow entered a person that doesn't have the same bacteria culture in them, that would create a sickness that could kill them. Your body, you could acquire these bacteria to colonies when you're basically a baby and your immune system is turned off. This allows your
What if I
body to be able to.
What if I made the claim though that I'm down with the sickness? Would I then be okay?
Well, it depends on what your priorities are.
Well, no longer are my priorities not being sick, hence being down with the sickness. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I just saw Evergrade's comment in the chat.
Yes, Evergrade has joined the Discord chat. One of these days I'm going to be able to put all the chats up on screen and then you guys will have nowhere to hide.
I wouldn't do that. I would not put that chat on screen anywhere. It's a miracle in and of itself that it can exist off a screen.
Quadrupeds are scary.
Horses are definitely scary to an artist.
I don't know. I'm down with the horse.
We know, Koheth. You're
all right. Yeah.
You're the exception.
I mean in a normal way. Horses are cool, dude. You ever ride a horse? You guys ever go horseback riding?
I think I have at some point, not like a full ride, but I've sat on top of one and rode it around the pin probably.
I went on it on a horse ride twice during high adventure during my Boy Scout days. Basically, the first time I rode a horse, they kept on getting distracted and kept on eating grass. So I kept on falling behind. The second time, the horse in front of me kept on farting. So I had a good view.
You gotta be the master of the horse. Get it to go fast. Channel your inner horse girl, you know?
Okay.
Can we get a preview of the Lineart dice? How is it looking?
Well, I just clicked off the main thing, so you can see on the screen here. I'll leave it up for a second.
All right, looking pretty crisp.
Crisp as a bag of British potato chips.
So are you completely redoing the other character?
Yeah, we're gonna put a different character in there.
Oh, that's gonna suck.
Are you gonna put the farm boy?
Yeah.
I'm gonna add the farm. Okay.
Cade's a good choice.
So
but holy cow, you've made yourself a lot of work.
So isn't Cade basically the mascot of Crytures at this point?
No.
Or wasn't that the guy that you were doing a bunch of flying out of, or was that a different character?
Cade is the farm boy.
Not Cade, sorry. I was talking about the feather, the guy with the Floney.
Anton?
Anton. Yeah, isn't Anton basically the mascot at this point?
I'm trying to keep
I mean,
it
you
from
have so much art of
that
him.
seeming that way.
Hey, he was one of your first sketches. It's, at this point, you might as well make him the poster boy. I think he already is technically.
Dale says Magmant is his boy. I don't know, I used to say, I forgot the name of the thing.
I mean, that's probably a bad sign.
Gumbo. I used to say Gumbo was the mascot, like my Pikachu, but I don't know.
Gumbo?
Pink, the flying pink fairy elephant.
Yep. I hate to be this guy.
Speaking of-
Gumbo, way worse mascot than a psychic.
Yeah, Tab, you already have the knife emote. You can't go back from that. There's nothing could trump the knife psychic emote.
I don't know. I don't think Psykit has enough personality to be the mascot.
If you just
The
stick to the
personality. You already
mischievous
make-
psychic, then you're in. Because everybody understands. I'm gonna use some language here. I apologize, but everybody understands a cat that's just an asshole. That's universal.
Was that French? Because you got to park in that.
So
Okay,
after
but
hearing
Joe, I'm
about
so
all
sorry.
of the Napoleon, I've decided to take up French. Yes, I figure it was about time. I should learn the superior language.
He's become the enemy.
France.
Just don't be speaking that slug language around here.
Oh, jeez, that's worse than anything I've said all night. Oh my gosh.
Never thought I would hear a slur against French people on the stream.
Oh, I did.
Slug language?
I knew it was a mount. I mean, it's against their language. The French are fine. It's just their language is terrible.
I don't know about that.
I'm trying to damage control.
Apparently,
Help.
the reason why English is so hard is English is originally Germanic in origin, but due to the French conquest of the Britons, it got polluted with tons of French words.
Yeah, it got polluted with French.
The fries were pretty good though.
But it's okay. We can say slurs against the French because they're white.
No, man, they're French. What are you talking about?
Oh, you're right. Excuse me.
Don't do an entire skin color a disservice like that.
Dale said, yeah, the French ruin everything. Yeah,
French
they
fries. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, you go. Okay, I was gonna say, yeah, the French copy American in everything. America has a constitution. The French have a constitution. Americans have a revolution, and the French have a revolution. The thing is, their revolution just ends up killing a bunch of people without liberating any.
I just want to say, we can't say that the French copied revolutions from the Americas. They're back-to-back
Oh, yes, they did.
World Revolution champs. They've been revolting since the rest of the world was in diapers. That's their culture, unironically, is violent revolution.
Warhammer, somewhat off-topic meme, Dale says. Warhammer has some real fantastical races, like Aztecs, but they're lizardmen. Egyptians, but they're skeletons. Tomb King. The French, with the E blotted out, but they're human. Bretonia. Yes, the French are revolting, extremely revolting. You know, the whole French Revolution could have been done and over with if the aristocracy just gave the peasants cake.
Well, they wanted to, right? The queen was like, "Well, let them eat it. They just
But the
need to
thing
give
is,
us
they
time to like,
didn't.
source it. You know, these things you know how
Yeah.
governments is. It takes time and money, and maybe too much time and money. But they were gonna get to it eventually.
Yeah, right after right after they gave peasants their rights.
It was coming down the pipeline. It was up to a, you know, it was up to a resolution or something. It was just hard.
Honestly, I think MMT will start working before the French people get their cake.
Wait, what were you talking about?
I think that MMT will finally be proven right before the French get their cake.
What is MNT?
MMT, modern monetary theory.
I'm pulling out the
Can I
deep
buy a
lore
cake
right
with that?
here.
Basically, it's the idea that you can just print money and keep on printing money, and everything will be fine.
Yeah, you can't pull
That's
that out
modern
in a
monetary theory.
conversation with economic normies like Kohath.
That's literally all it is. It's just print more money. Everything will be fine.
I mean, it sounds sound
Like
to me.
it.
I have a lot of debt, so if they just print more, I work out, right? I'm all the better for it.
Yeah, but MMT is just the communism, but slower.
That's probably a lot safer than communism, but fast. To provide credit where credit is due.
Yes, this sounds like Kami Shield to me.
No, if I don't have a choice, and my only choice, like if I have no choice but between communism but slow and communism but fast, I'm going to take communism but slow every single time.
What about no communism?
That's not in the list of choices. We've gone over this.
That wasn't part of the hypothetical, Wulu.
Nazis found how ineffective printing money was rather quickly. Yeah, the inflation of the German currency was actually one of the things that led to the creation of the Nazi Party.
This feels like drinking water led to the creation of the Nazi
No, I'm serious.
Party type of thing.
Saying Hitler created anime is a stretch, but true. But but the
Spit it out,
but
man.
the invention, but the invention of the devastation of Germany's economy led them to want a powerful leader. They absolutely despise the current prime minister. That's why so many people, even some Jews in the beginning, they thought that Hitler was just joking about the hating Jew stuff, but he actually wasn't, obviously. But that's why no one really opposed him when he deposed the prime minister. Nah, he's right. But yeah, it's a very small part of a bigger catalyst. Not the one thing, not one thing that can be blamed and recreated.
My hot take
That's
is
what Dale says.
they should have just won the first time, and then maybe they wouldn't have gotten whooped so bad the second time.
Diagnosis, get good.
Yeah, it was a skill issue.
It really was. They even lost the second time, too.
Yeah, you think you would learn something the first time. Just real bad. I am happy. Maybe this is a hot take. I am happy that they did lose both times. I want no aspersions.
Hot take! Mm-hmm.
Nazis were free to play scrubs.
Imagine losing to a bunch of Russians.
Slavs. It was peasant class in Russia. Is that technically a slur? I hope it's not.
I don't think so.
I think it just depends on who you're talking to, like most things in life.
I've never heard
If you're
somebody
talking-
say Slav was a slur.
Well,
And considering
Slav
how
is
many things
derivative,
people say are slurs these days, that must mean it's pretty safe.
Well, now everyone
Okay.
just dislikes the
Slavic is an
Russians,
ethnic group.
So
If I remember
you
correctly,
can say anything about it.
hey, Dale, correct me if I'm wrong. Does the word slave derive from Slav?
Yes.
Okay. I know that.
Major
Ru-
skill issue right there.
Wilco says they chose as their opponent the world. Not the Japanese, though. The Japanese were on their side.
Everyone except for, given the fact that Hitler betrayed both Italy and Russia, I think it was only a matter of time before they betrayed Japan.
Well, Japan was like really far away though.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, but if he kept conquering, eventually it's just a logical conclusion.
so I feel like it is impossible, and even to this day, I think it is impossible to rule over such a massive expanse of land. By the time you have the entire European and Asian continents, you're gonna have major internal fighting, like almost immediately.
Well, Genghis Khan conquered a lot. He only got to a bunch of internal fighting once he died, and all of his illegitimate sons assumed power.
But like the thing with Genghis Khan, I'm pretty sure was that he was like he allowed his like subjects to have like a lot of autonomy. Like he'd just be like, "Hey, join the Golden Horde or die," and people would be like, "All right, yeah, I'll join the Golden Horde," and he'd just be like, "Cool, sick. See you at the tea party."
Go about your day.
Hey guys,
Hey, your
I want
tax,
to
and we'll be
listen
back.
to this conversation, but I really gotta go to bed now. Sorry,
Okay.
guys. See ya.
Sayonara.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, Genghis was a guy, man.
A guy?
You think? I think so. I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard anything yet to argue any like counterpoints to that.
You haven't heard any historians coming out saying Genghis Khan was trans.
I haven't heard that. I haven't heard Genghis Khan was black yet. Yeah,
Maybe in
Genghis
the Netflix adaptation.
I can't wait, dude. You couldn't do it though, because it would make him look like he would be a villain. There's no way to paint Genghis Khan as like a hero unless you're like a
Right.
member of the Golden Horde.
What do you expect? They did the same thing with the Woman King when they had a African that they portrayed an African tribe that basically invented African slavery in the slavery of blacks in the Americas as a freedom fighting group fighting against the colonialists.
Are you sleep talking right now?
You know the Woman King?
I have
They
not
basically
watched The
invented
Woman
the
King.
African slave trade.
A skunk.
That's pretty
The tribe,
industrious.
they,
Skunk's Workshop wants to know what your Mines account is, Wooloo. Before you leave.
it's Wooloo. Okay, I believe it's at Wooloo of Peace, all one word. Just mostly have fan art in there, my own and my own faking bun ideas for faking bun reasons. I need to get back onto digital art, but I lost the pen to my tablet,
Yeah,
so I'm
And
gonna
you were-
wait to order a new one.
you're too tired to do it today. Too sick to draw.
Honestly, Dale, same.
What's Dale saying
Okay.
now?
He's just spitting facts. Nothing to worry about.
He's just being Dale, I see.
Well, bye guys.
Sayonara.
Bye.
Goodness. Have you begun work on the, the third dude yet?
No, I'm kind of dreading it because I realized I should change up his entire position, his body.
Aw, man.
That's not really a Cade stance, is it?
What is a Cade stance?
I don't know. Not that.
Like you've
Not at the ready
you-
with your sword because he has a big old axe.
you've made him out to be kind of a rough and tumble individual. You're saying that I can't slurp. You're saying that he's there to protect his flock. I don't know what that means. He's just a farm boy, you know?
Wait, what? Oh,
He's just a
can't
farmer.
slurp. I know what you're referencing now. But yeah, he is a farmer, but he's also a conjurer. So no, you can't slurp. Because he'll bring out his creatures to stop you. Understand?
I simply must out conjure him.
I guess so.
This is
You're gonna get your
This is how
sidekick in there to
it's either
milk
him
real
or the
quick and
weird
then
milk plant, you know? Ignore what was just said, please. I regret it immediately. But no, I like the character of Cade, I think.
Dale says he
See more
refuses
of
to acknowledge Glubberknot as an official mascot. But the Rule 34 mascot, maybe. I see what you're saying, Dale. And I don't see Glubberknot as a mascot either. Maybe Glubble, being one of the starters.
It's just Psychic. Like it's either Psychic or it's the horse whose name I can't remember now. Although we've been over it today. I know you guys don't really like horses that much. It's fine.
Flill?
Or at least Dale doesn't really like horses that much. Other good mascots, I think. Shoot, what was it? All right, gotta go to the wiki. I'll be right back.
I'll bring up Cade so I can actually draw him in here. See what the hell he looked like. And so he can cover up a bunch of the screen. And I can't see the chats. You're right, Dale. They do have weird skeletons.
Love you too.
What?
Sorry. Don't mind me.
Oh, I won't.
Forgot to mute.
Okay, we might have to do some sketching before we line Cade entirely. So we can probably use some of this. But, let's see. Gonna have like the axe handle like so.
I hate how your creature's SEO is so good it gets me to everything but the wiki page you made for it.
I don't do anything for my SEO, it's just nobody used that word before.
No, it's great. I just hate that it doesn't get me where I want to go, you know?
Yeah, I guess that's not great SEO in that sense.
I mean, it gets you to all of your other stuff, but like, and it gets you the creature's content. However, it does not get you to the Wikipedia page.
Which is my main advertising funnel.
Dale, to answer your question on the Monster Girl tier list debate, I will need to study up. My knowledge is a bit rusty. It's been a long time since I've hit the books. But we can do it soon. I think it would be a lot of fun.
You really need to study up on monster girls.
There are a lot, dude. It's like trying to read an infinite amount of documents produced by an infinite amount of monkeys on an infinite amount of typewriters. Like, the ocean is deep and endless.
You like that analogy, don't you? The monkeys on the
hate it.
typewriters.
I don't like it. I just think that is very, like, appropriate.
It's useful.
Yeah. If you can obtain our, like, joint study material, I'm all down. Especially if we're working from, like, the same, like, reference points. Because, like, my version of a mermaid is definitely not your version of a mermaid.
That's true. I've seen your mermaids.
My mermaids are great. They're kind of spooky.
They're not exactly My Little Mermaid.
No, they're like, they look like they would eat you.
Yes.
Which...
Not
they
typically
wouldn't.
something people think of when they're going for monster girls. Being eaten
I don't
is
know.
usually not the desired outcome.
Oh, I don't know about that one.
That's furries you're thinking of.
There's a very large overlap, I think.
Oh man, the foreshortening on this arm is gonna kill me.
You like your sirens being creepy flying fish monsters?
Since when were sirens fish monsters?
I think sirens were always fish monsters. I've never heard of them flying, though. Like, that one's a new one to me.
I think I've definitely heard of them flying, but they're more in
I've
the
heard of them.
they're more in the idea of like a harpy.
So I've always heard of sirens as being like the antithesis to like a mermaid. Depends. Greek sirens are Greek birds with the head of a lady. That doesn't sound nice. But English sirens are just mermaids. But they're like bad mermaids. They're like the evil ones.
They're your kind of mermaids.
Yeah, like well, my mermaids are nice as well. But like the siren is like, oh, you think this is a mermaid, but then oops, it's a mermaid mimic and you're dead.
Yeah, this arm looks horrible. That's not right at all.
Can we agree that Greek siren is definitely like low tier on the Monster Girl tier list? Because that one sounds pretty bad.
Birds with lady head?
Yeah,
That's pretty low tier, yeah. Greek sirens
harpy?
sound like garbage.
Harpy sounds fine. Harpies are like, you can argue a harpy's position, but Greek siren is definitely like not great.
Bird body? No thanks.
Probably somebody that's into that, but I don't know. And I
There's
don't
somebody
wanna know.
who's into anything.
How are you enjoying being in hell, Dice?
Why am I in hell?
It's this arm.
Oh. That's what you're referencing. Yeah. We're just gonna put lines on paper and play around with it till it looks right, I guess.
It'll get there. So are you keeping most of the pose the same?
I
Just
think
with
so.
the axe then.
Don't want to redraw too much of it.
I mean, for the sake of your sanity, I'm happy you've chosen this option.
You're gonna have to move his fingers and things. Because everything looks real flat with them at that angle.
Yeah, it looks a little uncomfortable. Like a little comfy.
The hand's kind of too big, I think.
We shall follow the mainstream. That's fine. I can do that. However, I live under a rock mostly, so it might be a little difficult.
Mainstream monster girls.
I'm trying to think of, because like all the mainstream depictions of like monster girls are all like pretty and stuff, right? Like they're not particularly monstrous.
Yeah. They're anime girls.
It's fine, I guess, but like it's not.
I guess it's
super
fine.
You know, I want more of the like, here's your monster girl, right? It's a mermaid except top half fish. Like that's the fun tier list to make.
You know what? I don't get something about tier lists. When did S become a tier for everything?
It's a Japanese thing. It was the weebs.
Yeah, I hate it. Weebs always have
Right.
the worst ideas. Like I
think you get
anime
it.
culture and stuff like that, but weebs have the worst ideas.
So I have, unfortunately, I'm afraid that I think you get it exactly. You just dislike it.
Okay, so you agree that it's garbage?
Do I agree that it's garbage? No, I'm neutral. I'm
You,
like true neutral on the S tier.
You don't care about the S tier. It bugs me
No.
that it's literally just like a regular grading scale, but then they throw an S. Why you throw an S? And why S? Why is S the
but, like,
highest rank?
Why do we skip over E and go straight to F? You know, like I gotta.
You got
I gotta
E
look in
for
the mirror
effort.
on this one a little bit. E for effort? The E doesn't exist. I've never gotten an E for effort in any
I've seen
class.
E's in like freaking kindergarten.
The only time I've seen an E on a grading scale is for like exemplary.
I've never heard of that
never
one. It's always been E for effort when I've heard of it.
Is this like a pass-fail grade, and the teacher is like, "You pass. Here's your E for effort."
It's more like you failed, but we're gonna pass you anyways.
That's messed up, dude.
It is.
That explains a lot about America.
Gunk's Workshop says S for super. I don't know, lol. I think originally S came around as secret or something like that, which doesn't
There's
make
no
any
way.
sense in the current context.
It has to be like a Japanese word that starts with an S, but the word was annoying to say. So the Japanese were just like, you know what? S. We don't want to write this character. We don't want to write the katakana or the hiragana. Just slap an S on that bad boy.
But the Japanese do that to all foreign languages.
Yeah, but they're also the biggest Westaboos on the planet.
They always shorten things in stupid ways. I wish I could think of an example right now, but there are many, I guarantee you.
I'm gonna take you at your word for it.
I'll try to think of one. But I promise you, there are lots of words that they've appropriated that are just like butchered forms of our word where they like drop a syllable. No, they drop like a letter off of a one-syllable word.
Oh, what about the only one I can think of, and it's not like dropping anything, it's just gyaru for gal. That one gets me. I'm not a fan of that at all.
Yeah, so stuff like that. But, yeah, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Oh wait, diamond. Like you hear this a lot when freaking VTubers are streaming Minecraft. They don't call it diamond, they call it Daya.
Oh, that's bad.
That's annoying.
I don't.
There's so many things like that. I just can't think of them all.
Is that a Japan problem, or is that a VTuber problem though? Because I
think
know.
those both go hand in hand.
Oh my god, that's really funny. But some of the fashion I vibe with, the VTuber fashion or the word fashion.
Oh, I'm talking to Dale. I thought you were saying
sorry.
that like I vibe with the fashion.
I do vibe with some fashion though.
Let's see. In Japan, Baskin Robbins is just called 31 because they can't be F saying the name.
That's really good. 7-Eleven is also just called 7i.
7i?
Yeah.
Why would you call it 7i?
That again, they just can't be bothered. 11 is 3 syllables. I is 1.
I guess, yeah. Like I said, the Japanese, they just shorten things, even when it's really not that big of a deal to say.
It's all about efficiency, you see.
Yeah, but things like diamond. Diamond is 2 syllables. They shortened that to Daya, which is also 2 syllables.
Yeah, but it's like 2 syllables, but you work a little less hard, you know?
That's peak laziness. I wouldn't think the Japanese would be so lazy. They're kind of workaholics in every other aspect.
I mean, really, efficiency is just laziness phrased, right?
I guess.
Like,
That's my excuse, at least.
I think that's a solid hypothesis. I do agree. Daya is terrible. I do not like Daya. Next, we'll be calling bronze B.
B.
What's the appeal of Gyaru fashion, Dale? Why? I'm gonna be honest. I think it's awful.
Kind of depends on how far they take it.
Like here's my hypothesis, right? Gyaru fashion could look good on a person. However, it does not look good on the only people who would be the type to wear Gyaru fashion.
Okay.
That's it. That's my hypothesis.
It's not really so much as a hypothesis as it is just an opinion.
So it's a hypothesis in that I would like to test it out. I would like to gather a random sampling of the inhabitants of Earth
And put them in
test
Gyaru
this.
fashion.
Yeah, Because then that's the only real way to know the quality of Gyaru fashion, right?
Well, Kohath, you are an artist. You can draw people in Gyaru fashion.
It's not the same because if I draw them, they're gonna look great no matter what I do. It's my curse. That's a...
Just too good. Can't draw bad things.
What can I say? I'm a master of... Holy cow. I wish I could keep that up as just like a personality quirk. That'd be great. For Gyaru, it really depends. So for me, not into the excessive stuff, or the half-arsed bronzing where pale skin is seen like panda eyes. What does that mean? What does that mean?
It means how they look like Donald Trump with... how do you describe this? You know how his eyes are
like
little... He's got like little rings on his eyes because he's tan in other places, like he's got... Like he's been wearing a face mask or something while he tans.
I now understand.
At least I think that's what
phrasing.
Dale's talking about.
There's no way he's talking about anything other than that. Because if he is, now I'm really confused. Yeah, that's off-putting. But when you search for Gyaru, that's what you get. I think that's why it died in like 2006.
It's still alive in anime.
Is it? I guess I just don't watch enough.
At least as a meme.
Or maybe I watch just enough.
I mean, I probably wouldn't know about it if it weren't for anime tropes.
When I was in Japan, I did see people dressed in the Gyaru fashion. I did not like it. It was not good.
It probably looks better as anime.
I think that is definitely the case. Unironically, for the reason that it's drawn, and a person drawing something has a obligation to try to portray it well. Most of the time. Unless they're just like...
Unless it's deliberately bad.
Yeah. Which I think is annoying. If I can have a spicy opinion. Not a fan of when artists are just like, well, you see, it's supposed to be ugly.
Yeah, I generally agree with that. But sometimes, for like comedic purposes, then sure.
Oh, for comedy, I'm for it.
But if it's just
Unless...
like, oh, it's ironically bad. First of all, it's sarcastically bad. But that aside, that's not a good excuse.
I agree. It's I guess back to earlier today, right? It's one of the traps of modern storytelling.
I don't quite remember this part of the conversation.
We were talking about... What were we talking about?
Oh wait, fanfic,
yeah,
right?
fanfic.
Everything seems like fanfic. Right. That's definitely a thing. The ironic millennial humor. Which, being a millennial myself, I'm perfectly in a position to criticize.
This lady looks like a weird Japanese Mariah Carey. Do you see what Dale has posted?
Yeah. Oh, also one of these things. That third one, the thing she's doing with her eyeliner. Like the way it's not really quite along the line of her eye. You seeing that?
Are you the third one in like the weird cheetah suit, but it's also like a panda ear thing?
Yeah. With her tongue sticking out.
Yeah.
Like that kind of eye makeup bugs me.
It's kind of like kabuki-esque almost. like obviously not as like good. The kind of like, I don't know. I don't have a problem with that. Because it just reminds me of Kabuki a little bit.
Well, usually they do that to make their eyes look like anime eyes. Cosplayers do it a lot. But
Do they?
yeah. And the thing is, it doesn't really make it look like you have anime eyes. It just makes it look like you did your makeup wrong. Freaking women always be doing this thing where they're like, oh, we're gonna do this thing where it'll make us look different. And it doesn't actually make you look the way you think it does. It just makes you look like you did it wrong.
It's for somebody. It has to be. Like, it has to be somebody's thing.
I'm sure it's somebody's thing. Everything
what?
is somebody's thing.
I'm not even gonna say I've met people who that's their thing. Not necessarily this one, but something that many people would just be like, "That's really ugly." They'd be like, "Nah, dude, you don't understand. I love it." They'll bring out like the ancient texts to tell you how you're objectively wrong about your opinion, and I respect it personally.
Let's see, Cade needs a sleeve.
As far as I am concerned, makeup is just a palette of watercolors in a powder. And you just apply it, and then throughout the day, you do your best to not get it wet.
Sounds about right.
This is everything I've learned about it. And the Gyaru style necessitates that because there's so much, it will become wet, and you will have it ruined.
Apparently Dale likes to judge women's makeup in public.
He's earned it. I think he's earned it. Because, I mean, we all do, right?
Yes.
However, Dale gets a pass. We don't get the pass, I'm afraid. Unless it's Garu, in which case I am taking the pass myself. Tell you what, Dale, I will begin to do my wife's makeup. And then we will have a makeup off. And it will be very bad.
Is the makeup off going to be of the makeup you do on yourself or on your wife?
It'll be me. It'll be me, yeah. I'll practice on her. And then the grand reveal is me. And I'll be able to maintain what anonymity I have online. Because I will be completely unrecognizable. Because I will appear as a clown. Which, ironically enough, is my true nature.
Oh, okay. Slowly but surely this stuff is coming together. Starting to look like Cade. You just have to click off of the main thing every once in a while to hide Anton over here.
I I don't know if you find this helpful, but whenever I do lines over something, I just crank opacity to like 5%. Like I barely want to see the image that I'm working off of. Like I want to be able to shake my head and have like achieve the same effect as turning off the layer.
I don't think I need to go that far. I really want to start adding more of these like thick belts to my designs in the
This
armors.
is the Guilty Gear arc. You can't go down this line.
But when
It
you
is cool though.
when you look at historical armors, a lot of them have like these things that are basically like a harness more so than a belt.
Right. I think it's an interesting path to walk down. Like I make the joke that it's the Guilty Gear arc just because Guilty Gear is like notorious for being all sorts of belted up and like for no reason too, right? But I cannot deny that it is cool. Which I guess is the only reason. Classic rule of cool.
Rule of cool, but also historically accurate. That's the good stuff. When you can find that combination. Or kind of redesign it in a way that looks cooler than historical, but still serves the same purpose. The hell is Dale saying in there?
Like, look at this picture. He has a belt around his bicep, and it's not holding anything.
Yes, you're right.
Like, why?
He has a belt around his bicep. He has two belts around each, what do you call that? Your upper
Two
leg?
belts around each thigh.
Yeah, your thigh.
His like loincloth is held up by a belt on each side.
Yeah, his loincloth is fastened to his double belt with two belts on each side.
And he's got a belt around his chest and his forehead. He's a different breed of human. Oh, also his glove has two belts per glove because he needs them.
He definitely needs them. He's got to make sure that thing is sized properly.
Oh my gosh.
Let's
I
see.
definitely cleaned him up a little bit in Strive, but he also still has far too many belts.
You're gonna have that many belts, you should at least have pouches on them.
No, the belts are explicitly there to hold up the other belts. It's genius.
Of course, of course. Why didn't I think of that? Dale being his usual self in the Discord chat. For those watching,
Have you seen this man's like physicality? There is nothing that would be loose on him. He's built like a tank. You couldn't build clothes that would be loose.
Here, we'll put this guy on screen for the viewers. Let's see, he's got his forehead protector, which has 2 belts. He's got his stripper top, which has a belt. He's got a belt on his bicep. He's got 2 belts on his glove. He's got 2 belts on his other glove. He's got 2 belts around his waist, which are attached to 2 belts on either side. Actually, he's got a belt buckle on each side of his waist belts.
Yeah, it's
And then he's
insane.
got like a buckle cover in the middle of it. Do anime artists know how buckles work? How belts work and stuff like that?
So funny thing is, Daisuke had the artist, the designer. He's been learning because now in Strive he only has 2 belts.
Oh.
So he's learned the function of belts. I do want to say that even though this is something straight out of DeviantArt, it is peak character design.
Japanese character designers really are something.
They're on a different level. I'm just gonna say it.
They're on
They
something.
can't-
They're on something.
Cannot compete.
I personally do not think super extravagant, complicated clothes make great character designs.
I just want to say, Dale, real fast. That's a spoiler alert. You can't just be putting that in the chat. People who care deeply about the lore of Guilty Gear are gonna lose their minds.
About his ego?
No, about what Dale has spoiled. About the man, sole bad guy.
Oh, are you spoiling him now?
Yes. Because I don't think anybody cares at all. Except for me. I'm the only person who likes Guilty Gear enough. It's okay. I'll live.
You'll live through the spoiler that you already knew about.
I've read all the Guilty Gear tomes. And they were all okay.
I'm always
You know, it's
kind
a
of
fighting game.
fascinated by fighting game lore. Because it's always completely off the wall.
Did I ever send you the Guilty Gear Soul Bad Guy lore summed up in 30 seconds video?
No, I don't think so.
Right. Yeah, I'll prep this for after the stream.
Fighting game lore contradicts itself between each installment, Dale says. Even if it didn't contradict itself, like, take Tekken as the prime example. That's what I'm most familiar with, and they got freaking everything. It's sci-fi, it's fantasy, they got cyborgs, they got androids, they've got demons, they've got angels, they've got, I don't know.
They've got angels, cyborg, demons.
Probably.
Also time travelers.
I haven't played
They also
Tekken
have
in a
furries.
couple, yeah, King.
King is the best character, also.
King has the
Just gonna throw it out
disgraceful kick.
What
Which
what
was-
is the disgraceful kick?
Don't remember exactly.
Is it like the one where he jumps in the air and gives you both feet at the same time?
Don't think so. I think it's the one where he like swings his entire one side of his body around and just like throws that leg out.
Ah.
I don't know. It's definitely a very wrestling-esque move.
Yeah, he's a showman. He's the most fun character, for sure.
My sister was a big King fan back when Tekken was our thing to play.
Can you blame her?
I guess not. But Disgraceful Kick was pretty annoying. But I guess in her defense, I played Huarong a lot.
The master of kicking people disgracefully.
I could never get the Eddie Gordo spam down though.
Oh, you just do the handstand. You just start spinning, man.
Yeah, I could never get it to work. I don't know what's wrong with my button mashing skills, but it just didn't work.
I will be right back.
Okie dokie. I will keep drawing. A belt wearing belts skunk? Yeah, that's basically that guy's entire character design. Looked about like what you'd expect from like an old Rob Liefeld design. He's the one who did the belts, right? Or the pouches in his comics. He'd draw Deadpool and he'd have like pouches all over his body. I don't know why you'd wanted to design a character with so many little details to draw. Oh yeah, I need to draw the freaking, need to draw Cade's coif. Gotta make sure he maintains his medieval peasant look. They went to 3D and it became a non-issue. What you talking about, Koheth? I completely forgot. Oh wait, the character designs? Yeah, that's definitely a thing when more 3D designs. They can get away with putting a lot of junk on the characters.
Okay. It's kind of nice when it's done well. Like I'm glad Arxis didn't just like leave it at 3D and was like, all right, we're good. But they actually like implemented like smear frames and stuff to make it, you know, like look nice.
Make it look more 2D and animated and stylized.
But otherwise, it's just like, ugh. Like, is it true? Oh no, I don't have any of your audio.
You don't? Uh-oh. You're coming through on my end.
Hello.
Hello?
I have returned.
Again?
Again. So we've been going for so long. The battery on the headphones that I normally use died. So now I'm on the headphones I use when I go running.
Oh.
Which these ones have like a monitor mode, so I can hear my surroundings better, and I'm suddenly very self-conscious. But
See.
yeah, I don't know if this is an old wives' tale or not, but Akira Toriyama killed Cell early because he hated drawing all the like dots.
I have heard that. And I would definitely sympathize. Especially in the Japanese manga industry, where they want you to pump out chapters bam, 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 bam. You probably had to hire an extra assistant just to do that.
Although I do imagine that if you are Akira Toriyama and you're on the Cell Saga, you can just get one of your aides to just be like, you know where the dots go. Just put the dots on there.
They probably don't even need to go in the same spot every time.
I don't know.
Who's gonna check?
You know the fans of these properties. You know they're counting.
I don't know anybody who's been that obsessive about Cell's spots. And I have been a pretty big DBZ fan.
There's gonna be a YouTube video, and it's gonna be like, why I hate Dragon Ball Z. Number 1, artistic, discontinuities.
Why you gotta be so spiteful, Dale? You gonna be that picky about the patterns on the creatures?
Well, I imagine that they would have different patterns. You know, like a little bit of individuality, right?
Nah.
Dale does have a point.
He's called Perfect Cell.
Really can't argue with that logic.
Look, I just know if I was in that situation, I wouldn't put them in perfectly the same spot every time, at all.
I mean, I'm with you, right? Like, I simply could not be bothered. But I feel like, you know, this is just giving to the benefit of him being highly successful. He probably has a very different work ethic than we do.
Yes, that work ethic where he's naming his characters after food from his fridge.
You know, that's a bit of a non sequitur. He worked hard. He wasn't creative, okay?
Oh no, I think he was pretty creative, just not in names.
I don't know. I would argue that he was a good storyteller. He was not very creative at all. Goku's just son Wukong, you know? He's just the Monkey King.
I don't see anything about Sun Wukong actually going Super Saiyan or anything.
You know what? He does not go Super Saiyan, and he is not from space. You do have a point there. It'd be a lot cooler if he did that.
Be a lot cooler if he did. Yeah, but Akira Toriyama's whole thing with Dragon Ball Z specifically, not Dragon Ball, screw Dragon Ball, but It was a weird combination of like sci-fi and fantasy that I appreciate.
Yeah, it was weird. It was nice.
It was definitely unique. I'd like to make a setting in that style one time for like a game or something.
Did you know the voice actor for Cell and the voice actor of SpongeBob's Plankton is the same guy?
Wait,
and
what?
The same voice.
Give me those again?
The voice actor for Cell, Perfect Cell from Dragon Ball, and the voice actor from SpongeBob's Plankton are the same guy, same voice.
I can hear it. Yeah, that is completely believable.
It has ruined, like, I don't think it's ruined any of them for me. However, it has changed the my feeling when I watch them. He's a SpongeBob autist? Is it really not? Because it sounds exactly the same. Like, it's definitely the same voice. He just has a little less, gump.
Gump.
Not even close, actually.
Dell's over here proving the autist part of his statement.
I'm having a when I purposely misspread information online moment.
I don't know, I feel like voice acting is one of those things where a lot of the people do end up sounding very similar to the way they do one voice. And then people like Dale like obsess about the tiny little differences that they throw in there. If I remember correctly, Dale is a bit of an animator. That goes hand in hand with voice acting.
It also goes hand in hand with the other thing that he just said.
What did he say?
I don't want to say this on your stream.
About being a SpongeBob autist?
Yeah, but mostly just the last bit. Those people are completely different. All right. I take it all back. However, I would share this video. And it's for this reason that they're the same in my brain.
Alright, you know what? We're gonna have to play this. Let's hear it.
I went to college! Give me the secret formula or I'll destroy the Krusty Krab!
Ah, you and what army, Bug?
What army? What army? Look around you, crabs!
You planted grass?
Grass?
Plankton! Crabs! Plankton! Crabs!
SpongeBob.
F is for fire that burns down the whole town, used for uranium. Bombs. N is for no survive.
Okay, does it do the opposite and show Plankton with Cell's voice?
That video does not do that, but there is probably one that does.
No, it would have been cooler if it did. It'd be a lot cooler if it did.
I agree.
That's what I thought I was getting. Like a little bit of both.
I don't think the dialogue from Dragon Ball would work as well in SpongeBob. You just hear Plankton being like, SpongeBob, I've killed your son. Or I've killed your father. Now what will you do?
That doesn't sound right, but I'm in no position to criticize your recall of DBZ lines.
Well, I mean, he doesn't say that, but I mean, that's why what's his face goes off on him, right? Why Gohan? Like, all right, I'm gonna.
What's his face?
He's irrelevant after that exact scene.
Unfortunately, true. Even though he went through a whole training arc.
It was pretty cool. I mean, credit where credit is like due. Gohan was pretty sick. But Akira was just like, actually, no, I hate children. I hate it when somebody outstages Goku.
It wasn't him. The fans wanted Goku.
Really?
He tried.
I hate.
Yeah, he tried to make Gohan the main character. That's why Gohan keeps popping up doing different things in like training arcs and stuff. But then the fans are like, we want Goku. Where's Goku?
I actually hate Dragon Ball fans, man. Goku's such a boring character. Like, literally all of his side characters, all of his sidekicks are like far more interesting than Goku.
Kinda, yeah. I definitely liked a lot of the more human characters.
Yamcha was cool. Why didn't we get more Yamcha?
I wanted to know more about Tenshinhan, Mr. Three Eyes.
Yeah, but he was Chinese, and the Japanese audience couldn't have that.
He had like all the cool powers and stuff.
Yeah. Like, definitely the world's strongest human. Until, like, Krillin.
Yeah, Krillin. I was about to say.
Like, early on, the world's strongest human. Well, he was a villain in the original Dragon Ball, right?
Well, so was Yamcha.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Vegeta was a villain. That's kind of the thing with Dragon Ball.
Yeah, but like the difference between Vegeta and the rest of those guys is like Vegeta is like, it's like really cool.
You know, there's one thing with Dragon Ball Super that I thought was an interesting dynamic, but I don't feel like they didn't really intend to play it up so much. Is that like throughout that series, you see Goku becoming like more and more weird about fighting things. Like, they always use the excuse like, oh, he's a Saiyan, he likes to really fight all the time. But he like goes to such extensive lengths to get into fights just for the purpose of fighting for a good time. It's insane. Meanwhile, Vegeta is actually like mellowed out, which is weird.
Yeah, he's like, please don't challenge the god of destruction to a battle. This is bad news.
Yeah, it's weird because, you know, Goku was the one raised away from Saiyans, but then Vegeta's like the less Saiyan of the two, kind of.
Well, he was also like nobility. He probably has like some like self-preservation instinct there.
Yeah, that's true. He's definitely got more tact than Goku.
Oh, big time.
Anyways, I thought that was just an interesting tidbit. But yeah, Goku is like a freaking addict in that show. He hires an assassin to kill him just so he can fight him again.
Hit also extremely cool character. Like, that dude is awesome. Like, I didn't watch a lot of Super, but I played Dragon Ball Fighters, right? And Hit is so cool, actually.
Another victim of Toriyama naming. Hit.
You know, he's just, it's like the ancient times. His name is what he does. Wow,
Vegeta is
just insane.
Yeah, Goku is just insane, but you know, it's the thing. He was raised with humans. You'd think he'd be a little more mellow, but no,
I mean,
it's like
have you
worse.
seen us? Yeah, he, being raised by humans did him no favors.
Well, I mean, compared to Saiyans, you'd think it would do something.
No, they gave Goku access to the internet, and it was all over.
What did Goku find on the internet that made him like that?
He's like a AI. He's just, he had it all. Is your implication that hermits aren't humans, Dale?
He was raised by Grandpa Gohan. Gohan just freaking died. His grandpa was also insane. His
Fair
grandpa,
enough.
I guess, was the one living out in the woods. And adopted an alien baby from a spaceship.
If you had the opportunity to adopt an alien baby, though, wouldn't you?
I don't know.
My wife just gave me the weirdest look, dude. I think I'm adopting the alien baby just for kicks and giggles. Because, like, what? You're just gonna not adopt the alien baby and let it die? I don't think that's cool.
Well, in Goku's situation, he was a very rambunctious and violent baby. As told by Master Roshi.
Would you? All right. Here's a question. Your alien baby turns into a giant gorilla.
Oh yeah, that's another thing that happens.
What do you do? What are you doing in this situation?
Probably run away.
Is it his uncle or his adopted father that cuts off his tail, or is that like an accident that happens?
I think he has his tail at the start of Dragon Ball. Yeah, duh. What are you talking about, Koheth? Of course.
I just don't remember if it was like his grandpa or if it was somebody else. Like I
don't know.
Watched Dragon Ball ages ago.
I guess there were times where he like, I don't know, came back from the dead or something like that. I don't know.
He has through a lot of Dragon Ball. I see. Because like, I don't know if GT is not canon. Is that right?
As far as I'm concerned, but I think technically, by the powers that be that control Dragon Ball, it's supposed to be.
It's supposed to be canon.
Supposed to be.
So
you know, it's like Star Wars.
When he goes Super Saiyan 4. GT isn't, but the girl is? What is that? that mean?
Yeah, who's the girl?
Who? The mysterious girl that is the one canon part of this non-canon series.
We talking about Pan?
You know, I really like GT.
Yeah, Pan.
I'm gonna say it.
Well, Dale, Pan was in the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, so we know she's canon.
I mean, GT is also canon.
You say that, but nothing about it seems canon.
I mean, they kind of have the thing going on in Dragon Ball now, where they have multiple universes.
The multiverse. Oh, everything's canon.
At this point, it is the death knell for a series, but anything's fair game in
Well, look,
Dragon Ball.
here's proof positive that Dragon Ball GT is not canon. Saiyans never changed their hairstyle, and yet Vegeta's hair is different in GT. So
You know what?
Can't be.
I believe it. I'm for it. What was in GT? Like the big bad was Omega Shenron, right? Or was it Baby?
I don't remember the chronology of GT. Too much stuff happened, and I didn't watch it all.
It is, even though I liked it, it was a bit of a fever dream.
It was just like they're gonna throw in as many references as they can. They had Super 17.
Super 17 was also sick.
Super 17 was one of my main guys in Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3.
Hell yeah. That was a PlayStation 2 jam, right?
Yeah.
It had way too much content for a video game.
No such thing.
On the PlayStation 2. I just mean compared to its contemporaries.
Yeah, it was very good. I like that one. I wish they made more games along that way, because that is how you do a Dragon Ball Z game. Now they do like 2D fighters and put a DBZ skin on it, and it's like, why is this a DBZ game? I don't see myself flying around blowing up mountains like they do in the show. What's going on?
Well, I mean, like, Fighters is a much better fighting game. However, it's not much better at being Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah,
Budokai Tenkaichi was peak.
Yes, exactly. If I play a DBZ game, I don't care if it's a great fighting game. I want to feel like a Dragon Ball Z character when I'm playing it.
You need to delete that post, Dale. That's a cursed image. He looks like a Kuma from Street Fighter.
Yeah, who's this yellow Namekian? Is that supposed to be like a Piccolo transformation? His antennas are pointing up like he's Super Saiyan or something. Oh, he's been paying attention to something new. Yeah, you know what? I must be way behind too, because I don't recognize these things. I guess I hadn't kept up with the most recent stuff they've done with Super.
He is actually... Why is he such a gorilla? Why?
Piccolo or Cell?
Both of them. They're just very brawling. I want that as the next Dragon Ball Fighters character. The Piccolo there. Piccolo Pop Pop.
Orange Piccolo is not particularly interesting transformation, I would say.
Is
Definitely
it more or
could have
less
done.
interesting?
Go on.
Is it more or less interesting than Goku but with more hair?
Goku but blonde.
Or alternatively, Goku, except he's normal again, except he's stronger now for some reason.
Yeah, to be frank, I guess Dragon Ball Z transformations kind of cool in a sense, but kind of lazy. Now,
This is what I'm saying.
Bleach-
Toriyama is not creative. He's
Bleach
just a hard
had
worker.
the good transformations. Bleach took transformations to another level.
I've never seen any Bleach. I
Bleach
watched an episode and I got out of there.
Bleach gets pretty DBZ-esque.
What's the draw? What's the hook of Bleach? It's long, right?
It is long. I haven't finished it. In fact, I stopped. You know what? I stopped watching it or reading it because I was trying to read it because the anime was so. I'm drawing this hand all wrong, but the anime was so slow that I started reading the manga to see what was going on, and then I realized the manga was really slow because he draws like 2-page spreads across half the thing with them just swinging a sword. And it's like, oh, no plot today. It's an action scene.
That is so annoying. That has to be annoying to draw. That has to be annoying to read. Holy cow. That's a lose-lose.
They were nice looking pieces of art. But if you wanted plot development, that wasn't happening. Bleach was just not appealing.
Yeah, there was nothing. So Bleach came out in that like era that I was like watching Inuyasha on Konami. And I was like, why Bleach when Weird Fox dude, you know? Weird Wolf Man.
Because Inuyasha
This
is a
way
freaking
cooler.
chick show.
I mean, you're right, but like it's what I had. To make up for it later, I watched Kenpachi, the world's strongest disciple.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. I watched a bit. I was thinking of the Bleach character Kenpachi at first.
It is just like a normal name. So it's like it doesn't sound like it would be a normal, like just a dude's name, but it is. So like tons of things are just named Kenpachi. My anime introduction was Bobobo Bobobo. And I'm thankful that that was it.
Dang. Mine was like Speed Racer.
All right, Grandpa.
Speed Racer and Voltron.
Oh my gosh.
And for the longest time, all the main characters of anime were just Speed 1, Speed 2, Speed 3. Because we couldn't remember all their names. I think Goku might have been the first one whose name we remembered because he looked different.
He looked more than different. He was wild by comparison.
Let's see. Gundam Wing was Speed 2. I don't remember
I
anybody
also
else.
watched. Is Zoids considered an anime?
I think so.
Have you've watched Zoids, right? Like the weird animal mecha show.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's in that weird gray area because a part of me has this assumption that it's like a Western thing, so people might be like, "Oh, it's not actually an anime type of deal."
Was it a Western thing?
Oh,
Because I wasn't
No.
invested enough to know. I just watched
It
it
was like-
because it was on after school.
it was on 4Kids, and I remember watching it and Code Lyoko at
Ah.
around the same time.
Hopefully, Oko.
Code Lyoko, I know, was a French thing, which explains a lot.
That explains why it's freaking ugly.
Hey, back then it was not great, but it was passable. This the foreheads, man.
The character designs were so ugly. Yeah, I guess kids were wowed by the 3D graphics and stuff, weren't they?
Yeah. They went into like the 3D world.
Yeah.
They put on their VR headsets and disappeared.
It's just like that
And
Johnny
met their-
Quest reboot they did.
I want to bring it into. I want to make it a little too weird, like real. Code Lyoko, I think, was prophetic because it was just a bunch of young men who put on their VR headsets and then spent their afternoon in a VR world with their anime cat girl waifu.
You know what? Cage should be holding a binding crystal instead of just having a fist. My music is off again.
Boy, my goodness.
You falling asleep on me?
I might. I'm holding out. I'm also working on stuff, but like, oh my gosh. Like when my other set of headphones died and I looked at the time, I was like, oh my goodness. All right. It's a marathon.
Let's see,
But I mean,
I thought you were behind me in time.
I am, but I like sleeping. I don't get enough sleep. So when I can sleep, I'm like, yes. Now is finally the time has come.
Alright. I think I'll be done with this pretty soon. Or more or less.
I feel like after taking, honestly, you should outsource your line art process. And then get it back and then do the coloring yourself. I feel like that would be the more efficient use of your time.
It might be, actually. I don't know, I feel like the composition and everything is more important to getting the idea across. So that's
Right,
the
but
thing I
like,
want to
how
have
much-
control over.
How much compositional, like, not in like a weird sort of way, but in the very like literal sense of the word, how much compositional perversion does letting somebody do the line art over your sketch introduce?
It depends on who's doing it.
I reckon. And I guess to those ends, if it's you, none.
Yeah. I don't know anybody in our like group of artist mutuals that really does the style correctly. So that's kind of why I want to be the one doing the line art.
I see.
Also, I'd be done with it by now if it weren't for having to draw Cade from scratch, pretty much.
This is why I grimaced when you mentioned it the first time.
Oh no, what did I just
God,
do?
no.
Oh wait, okay.
Every artist groaned in unison as they knew what would happen.
Dale says we're all behind in time.
He may be right.
Gotta take my headphones off for a second. My hair is all in my ears. Line art is pain, but I'd rather that than coloring, Dale says. You know what? I don't know. I'm starting to like coloring a little more. The more I know about color theory and things like that, the more I enjoy coloring.
I think a crisp line art makes coloring so very enjoyable. However, if your line art is not crisp, the coloring becomes an exercise in agony.
Yeah.
Unless you have no line art, in which case the coloring is weird. At that point, you're just painting, and that's gross.
Ew. No guidelines? Just put colors on everything?
There's some dude trying to be cool, you know? Like he's Michelangelo or something. It is kind of fun though. I don't know if you've ever tried it, to just like go over a sketch with color, like right out the jump. It is a fun little experiment.
I did more painting with my card game, but I was not as good at things back then.
Hello, Dale. Welcome to the
Howdy.
chat room.
Yeah.
Are we gonna have to turn Dale up?
Maybe.
Welcome to the League of
That'd be
Quiet
quite cool.
Talkers.
I think the interesting thing about doing paintings without line art is that if you're good at it, you don't need a lot of effort in it. Because it's just a bunch of splodges of different hues.
It definitely takes
that give the illusion of shape. So on one hand, it's like to get to that point requires a lot of training and skill. But once you get there, you just go, yeah, I can cough this out.
I've always found that painting goes faster.
Yeah, I would. It's definitely not as nice to look at if you're bad, but
if you're really good at it, it makes it look, it's more immersive, I'd say. Because reality doesn't have line art. We're not cell shaded, though that would be cool.
Well, you know, they're gonna get the neural link, and you can just turn on the shader.
Oh yeah,
the real life.
It'd be like
shader.
playing it's like in Minecraft. You just turn on shaders and resource packs. I'll just take my Neuralink, right? Switch in a dial and be like, yes, now everything looks bit crushed to shit. I want to be able to hear
this way.
I want to hear everyone's dialogue as Animal Crossing gibberish. Which actually isn't gibberish, which is the worst part.
But what do you mean it's not gibberish? I thought they
It's just people
talking.
talking.
Did.
No, it's just people talking.
What do you mean it's just people?
It's just people talking sped up, yeah.
Really?
I think it's more obvious in Splatoon, because they do the same thing. They're just talking, and a lot of it's in English, so it sounds like gibberish to Japanese people.
So you're telling me if I just slow down Animal Crossing, they're just
No,
they're
there's
just
more
talking to
audio
me?
effects than that. But you can get a few things out without slowing it down. You can understand a few things as well. I don't think it's
Maybe you
relevant
can.
to the text though. I think
You think they're just saying
who's
random
the dog?
garbage?
It's Isabel. Isabel is one of the easier characters to notice it with.
It's like Simlish to me.
Yeah, but interesting thing about Simlish is it's designed to sound vaguely European. Which is weird, because as someone who speaks English, it doesn't sound very European to me.
Zoopty Banooptal has no meaning to you?
What's the one they usually say when they're happy? That's the one I always think of.
Is it like the Zimzlam Flabanu?
That's one.
I have played a lot of Sims.
I would, however, the problem is you can't play The Sims 1 on Windows 10 apparently.
Why
I've
would you wanna
tried.
play The Sims 1?
Because I have it. And I have like half the expansions. Because I got it for like $5. And then I looked online for the rest of them. And one of those discs costs like $30 here. So I'm like, oh shit.
Can you like emulate an old PC?
You can, but it's a lot of effort for The Sims 1. When it's...
Playing The Sims 1 is a lot of effort for The Sims 1.
It is. However, it is harder to obtain The Sims 2. Which is the real deal.
Yeah.
Exactly. But the problem is, it costs like 100 Australian dollars to get it secondhand. Because you can't get it digitally.
I wonder if
Don't
I still
endorse
have
piracy.
But
those
for your
things.
people's money, that's like $80. Maybe 70.
For you people's money.
It depends.
I
It
don't know,
varies
I
on
had
how
a
much,
lot of-
if that's big money or small money, depending on what state you live into.
I have a lot of Sims 2 expansion packs, and I'm not sure if they're still around or if what happened to them.
Well, if you know where they are worth a pretty penny, but I would recommend you don't, because The Sims 2 slaps.
It is pretty good.
And I think The Sims 2 still works on Windows 10. I think its DRM isn't the worst.
I would be amazed if you could like install The Sims 2 in the RAW on a Windows 10
For a
computer.
while, you could install the ROM for Sims 1 on Windows 8. I got that working somehow. You're not supposed to be able to. It takes a while, but there's a way to do it. Well, it's because the way the DRM is set up, it's like, it just... Windows 8 and beyond, like anything past Windows Vista, is just like a... We don't understand this. So,
What do you
we
mean
can
when
let
you
you
say the
install it.
DRM?
The digital rights management, like just the anti-piracy thing they've got in there. For some reason, it's just... Windows 10 can't read it, and so it just says, you can install it.
What kind of world are we living in?
You can install the game. You can prove that you own the game. We just can't run the file.
Oh, that's so weird.
Even though it's just an exe file. There's something in there that Windows 10 just decides it can't read, because they haven't updated it because it's ancient as shit.
Have I told you my Maxis theory?
No, but I have more to talk about The Sims 1.
Oh,
So I know how to get it working. So you can get it on working on Windows 10 with a hack. However, it only works for one version of the game with all the expansions, and then you have to install each expansion in order. I own the original base game. I don't own the complete edition. It only works with the complete edition. Even though I have most of the DLC that comes with the complete edition, I can't get the hack working because my disc isn't the complete edition disc.
This seems incredibly
Sounds
annoying.
like Zoomer problems.
It is so stupid. And I don't have any working computers that have Windows Vista on it, even though I have 3 in the house that would.
Why don't you just install Vista on a computer?
That would require me to do that, wouldn't it?
It seems a lot easier than like whatever else you're trying to do.
Honestly, the easier thing would be if EA stopped being a piece of shit and just, let me buy their game.
No, they would never. They hate
Which is, yeah, EA, the company that is known for trying to milk every cent out of you, won't release a game, The Sims 1 and 2 on EA Origin or Good Old Games or something.
Capcom does the same thing, where they're just like, actually, no, this game no longer exists. Good luck.
Who does?
Capcom.
Yeah.
Don't you
I mean,
love it?
Yeah. But hey, I can play all the DMC games. Just sucks that the only version of DMC 3 I want to play is only on the Switch.
Well,
I'm sorry, but not being able to switch between styles is annoying. I know that's a modern DMC problem, but switching between styles is just objectively better than having to do it after every, save location. Which, that there aren't a lot of those.
I've never played Devil May Cry. Is it good? What's the appeal?
Okay. Here's the rabbit hole.
Oh.
Well, before
I
you
have
go
a
down
hot
the
take.
rabbit hole, let me just say good work to Skunk Shop, Skunk's Workshop, however you say your name. He just finished doing a piece with no line art today, as was relevant a few minutes ago. Now go ahead.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, good man. Can we get a link to that? I want to see it.
Yeah, link to that, Skunks.
Yeah. If you're going to advertise, you got to advertise properly.
I don't think he's posted anywhere. It sounds like he just finished it.
Well, we should keep an eye out for that, shouldn't we? Okay.
What's this rabbit hole? What's
So-
the DMC rabbit?
My controversial opinion is that DMC 4 and 5 are the better of the games. Just mechanically, and even their story is better.
I thought is that controversial
However-
because people love 2 so much?
No, everyone is in agreement with 2 is terrible. 2 is bad in game design, its story doesn't make sense, it has I haven't played the second half of it because I don't want to suffer through it again. 2 is awful. 2 is incredibly easy as well, which is weird because DMC is not... It's not hard, but it's like Resident Evil. They're not hard, but they are challenging. And you want to play them on higher difficulties as well. They're a bit more... How do I say it? The real experience is playing them at higher difficulties, because it changes up some of, how the combos work and how enemies work.
Okay.
DMC 3 is the fan favorite, and DMC 3 is what I consider to be one of the more fun of them. And the difference between DMC 3 that you normally get, whether it's the original PlayStation versions or it's the PC remaster, they're about the same. The difference is the remaster that's only on the Switch, which lets you switch between Dante's fighting styles while in combat, which you couldn't do normally, because that was introduced into DMC 4, and that's been Dante's thing since then. DMC 2 belongs in the bin with the original release and the PC version of DMC Devil May Cry, which was the Ninja Theory developed reboot.
What
Which
made
had
that
a-
one bad?
Mostly just bland. Its
The biggest
combat...
crime.
It had a lot of potential, especially since it was very different, but still kept some core themes, as well as, the gameplay was very similar. And there was a remake for it for, I think, PS4 only, that fixed a lot
weird.
of the problems. This happens a lot where there's, completely different game, different tangent, but, there's a Five Nights at Freddy's game that got a patch only for the Stadia. This happens quite a lot in the modern day, where there's a console-specific patch or update, or DLC. There used to be, console-specific expansion packs. When you bought the Xbox version of the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie games, you got the Kraven the Hunter missions, and you don't get that on the PlayStation 1. You know, that, which is weird, because
Like
it's
Soul
a Sony
Calibur.
thing. Yeah, or like you get like an extra character that is exclusive to that version, and the other guys get the other character, and then the Nintendo guys get nothing because they just get the base game. Or
Like
in some
Pokemon
cases,
versions.
yeah, or in some cases, Shin Megami Tensei, if they had a Nintendo version, the Nintendo version might have more, or the handheld portable ones for PSPs might have extra content. It happens all the time, and it's weird, it just changed a little. Yeah, so DMC is just... You can start with one. One just gives you a brief idea on Dante's dad and the world as a whole of being covered in demonic incursions, and it just being a thing. To the point where people, like Dante, is just like, I need to make rent. I'm gonna sell myself as a mercenary who specializes in killing demons.
Wait, is that the plot of the game?
Basically, the plot is he needs to pay his rent, and luckily for him, he doesn't have a very, like, fancy lifestyle. He is okay with being a slob and eating pizza without cleaning up the house. So for
I'm gonna be
him,
honest,
the little pay he gets works.
I had no idea that was the plot of Devil May Cry.
That's the incentive. The mainline plot for... Sorry if you actually care about spoilers, people. It's not a big deal. Is that Dante and his brother are fighting over the inheritance of their dad, who's a demon. Who was killed by some other demon.
Oh.
Dante's just wacky guy. Virgil just wants supreme power, and it corrupts him.
Virgil's the dude from Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
Yes.
Who was very strong.
Virgil is supposed to be the very strong, very serious guy, and Dante is the definitely strong if he actually cared.
Of
He's
course,
just in it for fun.
Kohath has to have everything filtered through the lens of a fighting game.
It's true.
Thing is, though,
Sorry.
apparently they are really fun in the Marvel vs. Capcom games,
They're just top tier.
which I can imagine.
Well, Virgil's
'Cause-
top tier.
Because honestly,
Dante's-
Virgil and Dante would have been really good contenders for like Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, because they're from a 3D hack and slash. They've got a lot of options to turn into fighting game mechanics,
Yeah, but Sasuke
unlike
is a fighting
other
game.
characters. Yeah, hack and slash are kind of like fighting games, especially since DMC's action is directional based. So your combos depend on where you're using your thumbsticks.
I don't know, man. I play not Gears of War, God of War, and I'm like, I hate this.
It's really good. There's a lot of similarities between basic fighting game mechanics and
Can I
DMC's
input
combat.
a Shoryuken and have invincibility frames on my wake up?
Technically, you can in 3. There's a weapon that
Alright,
gives
you
you a
sold me.
there's a weapon that gives you like an electric blast, and when you're doing it, you're slightly invincible because it's a part of an animation for an electric guitar.
Oh, this sounds. No.
Yeah, he turns demons into weapons, and one of them he turns into a motorbike.
Like Ghost Rider.
Yeah, but the motorbike is also buzzsaws.
Ooh, not
This sounds like some stupid Final
It's
Fantasy
so-
13 thing.
It is extremely
Where the
dumb.
Shiva
That's the
sisters turn into a motorcycle.
Dice bag. Here's the thing though, DMC's appeal is that it's super done with extremely tight gameplay.
Yeah, that's the gist I've gotten from seeing people play
Its gameplay is probably some of the best I've ever played. Its story is stupid and lame.
That wouldn't bother me.
DMC
but
4, a lot
you
of the
see,
time, Dante is just being the ultimate, like, attempting at being a womanizer, but clearly this man doesn't get ladies. He's not unattractive. He just doesn't get ladies.
Does he get the D though? The D stands for
No,
demon.
he is... Okay, he gets many a demon.
Hell yeah.
He is very much wacky woohoo cowboy. I would suggest, Ko, that you would give at least DMC 5 a go, because it's the more modern one, It's worked out most of its problems compared to the rest of the series.
I don't know. I'm just like,
And you can get it pretty cheap.
I can't remember. the
Surprisingly for a
last,
Capcom game.
like game like that I played. I tried to play Bayonetta not too long ago, and I was like, I don't like this.
Yeah, Bayonetta gets... I haven't played Bayonetta, but it is comparable to what I know. Comparable.
And
I haven't played it, so I wouldn't know. For me, the appeal of Bayonetta is Bayonetta 3's
Bayonetta.
hair.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the haircut she has and that combined with the outfit, I'm like, yeah, that's good. I think she suits the bulb.
The twin pigtails,
Mm.
right?
No, the bob cut, man.
The
No,
bob
she
cut.
has a very like anime MILF bob cut.
It's very good.
Am I thinking of the wrong
is.
one then?
No, there
I don't
is
think
a
she
Bayonetta
has
that
a single
pigtails.
tail in number 1. She has a single ponytail and it's massive.
No, it's the 3 one. She has the 2 ponytails.
And hang on, now I need to. I don't play Bayonetta.
I think the second Bayonetta was the bob cut.
I think that's
Oh,
what I
okay,
remember.
Bayonetta's the long tails. You're right. 2 is the bob cut. I think both 2 and 3's hairstyles are good. Bayonetta 1's outfit, I'm not a fan.
Screw the bob cut though. The other two okay.
We're gonna fight
No, I-
here right now.
Yeah, no, I like the bob cut. 3's outfit's definitely my favorite. though. The
I don't
tails
like
is my favorite.
pigtails. This is a hot
I like
take.
That
I
is
like
the
that
most
they're braided.
controversial opinion you've had today, Kohath. I don't care what else you
No,
said.
no, I like it.
I just
I
think
like
they
that-
look too childish. I don't know what it is about it.
I think it's her makeup that kind of makes it look more childish than it's supposed to.
I think so.
Her makeup's a bit the ugly side of Garu, if you know what I mean. No, it's better than the other character in Bayonetta 3.
Wait, who's the?
Yeah, I don't know
other
anything
character?
about Bayonetta besides Bayonetta.
Neither do
herself.
I. I just know that there is another character in Bayonetta 3 because they
Oh, I
did the
see.
thing that DMC does, where it's like, oh hey, here's the main character. You all have Dante and DMC, right? Well, here you go. Here you have Nero, and he is knockoff punk wannabe Dante.
Dante 2.
Yeah, basically, because they didn't want to do Dante again, but like they kind of had to. Thing is, I think Nero's cooler.
Gohan.
Yeah, kinda. I think Nero's cooler though. He has a bit more depth to him. He's also a massive baby.
Like literally.
No, he's just an absolute wuss. He complains and whines.
Who's the dude with the cane in the book?
That's V.
That dude's kind of cool.
His gameplay is the lamest. You just button mash one button and you win. Because he's not a 3D fighting game character. He's a third-person shooter character, which doesn't translate that well.
Let's see.
Which is kind of a shame, because it's not the worst concept. I like him. I like his theme song and stuff, but yeah, definitely the least fun out of all the characters.
The theme song.
It's important.
Edgy as shit. It's edgy as shit because it's the Devil May Cry song. Devil May Cry has very edgy,
Yeah,
industrial.
I was thinking
and
that whole
techno
franchise
metal.
is kind of edgy, isn't it?
Oh, dude, Taste the Blood is one of my favorite tracks, and it's the dumbest shit ever.
I like Metal Gear Revengeance explicitly because of the soundtrack.
It also
I think-
that game also has very tight gameplay.
It is very cheesy. It's very corny, but it's really nice.
You know, I was playing the Resident Evil 4 remake recently, and there is a lot of that one military guy, Krauser. In the remake anyway, I don't know what he's like in the original. He feels like a Metal Gear character. He feels straight out of Metal Gear Solid 3.
That's
And I love it. I
Yeah.
loved it. The entire fight, if this was using the the top-down camera would just straight up be a Metal Gear Solid 3 encounter, and I love it.
Like that's a if you tell me that
God,
something
I
is
want
a
Metal Gear Solid 3 to be
character,
remade. I just
that
want that in the
sells me.
Fox engine. I
The
love
only Metal
Solid.
Gear
It's so
games that I've
stupid.
played and like actually played is Metal Gear Acid, and then
You know
this
what?
weird like game where you didn't play as any like single character, but instead you composed a team of people.
Probably Portable Ops then.
It was probably Portable Ops. I like them both though.
I think Metal Gear.
was
I think
very
Acid is
cool.
considered canon. Portable Ops isn't, which is surprising because it fits in the canon kind of well.
I don't know anything
Portable
about any
Ops-
of these games.
That's right. You can just listen then. We have taken
You're,
over.
you're gonna hate this.
The
but it's
stream has
another
been
deck
co-opted.
builder card game.
Yeah, but Acid is a card game, but it's a kind of like a dungeon crawling card game,
Ah,
but not in the way modern dungeon crawling card games are. It's Acid is weird to explain. I haven't played it in a while, but it's
like-
underrated.
it's like the
Really
games that get on my nerves, but not quite like them.
It's hard to explain without actually remembering it in full.
Usually that's true of most things.
Especially since it's Metal Gear, so it's hard to explain a Metal Gear game because you don't know what the fuck's going on.
There's like weird puppet babies and poisonous gas. That's about all I remember.
Yeah, and then there was the Monster Hunter spin-off part in, not Portable Ops, Peace Walker, where it turns out that canonically these ancient dinosaurs that are made by the Monster Hunter team of developers are the reasons why Metal Gear exists.
I just also I hate
This
to
is
be
so
this
stupid.
guy, but isn't Monster Hunter a future thing?
It might be post-apocalyptic. That's the thing I like about a lot of fantasy settings is that they're like post-apocalyptic in the far future, to the point where everything is regressed.
Because they have like their technology is not ancient. Like the gun lance is a bizarre.
It could just be fantasy mixed with a bit of sci-fi though.
Impossible. Has never happened.
Because that's another thing is with fantasy settings is that if your magic is super potent, your technology is going to advance, or it's not going to advance at all. Like it really depends on what type of magic you're using.
And sometimes it's just not a thing at all. Sometimes they just make stuff up for rule of cool.
Yeah,
Rule of cool is a good rule.
I think it is, but it needs some grounding sometimes.
Like
No,
what is it?
Though Kohef,
One Punch Man.
a game
is
that there's
all
all rule of cool. You know what's a game that's all rule of cool?
hit me.
Devil May Cry. I am no longer asking. You should play it. You can. I got DMC5 for $20 Australian. That's like $15.
All right, I'll tell
You
you.
can
what,
get it
I'll-
pretty cheap if you're lucky.
If you find it on a sale, let me know. I'll
Or,
look at
or
it.
you could, look yourself, because usually when you're awake, I'm asleep. So it's hard for me to keep track of this for you.
See, I don't have
The
any
fact that you're
internal
awake right now?
compulsion, you know,
Is a miracle.
a little bit.
What you streaming at, what? Was it 3 p.m. your time? 2 p.m.?
Noon.
Yeah. That was 3 a.m. for me.
It's my
So I woke-
my
I woke up-
anti-Dale plan.
Yeah, apparently. Metal Gear is also really, really fucking good. Yeah. Good stuff.
I like Battle Brothers.
You've been streaming that a lot recently again. You
there
were on
a
hiatus for
lore?
a bit and then went back to it.
I streamed it like once recently. But yeah, I
Swear.
did stream it
Lore to
recently.
Battle Brothers, or is it just
Doesn't
the
Battle Brothers have really good art? The game I'm thinking
mean,
of
like-
has really good.
It's competent.
I mean, in terms of like the accuracy of its like weapons and armor and stuff.
Oh, it's historically accurate.
should've-
Yeah, they're pretty tight about that.
Oh, that is a cool orc. Okay, I'm based. That's based. I'm already a fan. I don't even need to fucking play it. That orc, the orc with the orc with like the chainmail coif over his like domed helmet. He's my guy. One in the top the bottom left corner. I love him. Okay, where's Steam? I'm gonna look at this up. So I have literally never watched any of your Battle Brothers streams. I'm like, oh hey, you're playing that game that I've heard of.
Prepare for a steep learning curve. Battle Brothers has... Battle Brothers has mechanics that aren't like super well explained, and they don't feel like mechanics, but they are mechanics, so you better learn them.
Well, I'll play it at some point eventually, once I've played all my other games.
Yeah, like weapon types are a big deal.
That's a cool skeleton. Oh, lovely! I love it when weapons
Is it
matter.
like a Fire Emblem weapons types?
Not like that. That's like Pokemon stuff.
I see.
Yeah,
It's a bit more complicated.
Yeah, like
So I think we've talked about it, Dice. My main problem with a lot of like RPG systems with their weapons is like you either go there are like 2 weapon types, ranged and melee, or you go into they're all super unique. That's what I like. I don't like this half and half. Like we've got 50 weapons. Half of them are the exact same thing, but with different names.
Yeah, you'll probably like Battle Brothers then.
Good. I like my pole arms all being different things.
They all have like specific stats based on like how much damage they deal to armor and non-armor, and how much armor penetration they have, stuff like that.
Good.
Like you use maces, and a lot of the damage is gonna transfer to health rather than armor, but it also does like extra damage to armor. But then you use like daggers or something. Daggers have an ability to let you just bypass the armor, but it's hard to hit with.
Precision.
And then you have like flails. Flails are kinda... They have a higher chance of hitting the head, and I think they do extra damage to armor. And they also have an ability to let you just aim for the head. And they also... See, I think they ignore shields. So that's good. Then they have axes. Axes deal a lot of damage to armor.
Question is, with flails, are they just as likely to hit you?
I don't think so. No, I don't remember ever being hit by a flail.
That's lame.
These are skilled.
Nobody would use
flails are
it.
super risky weapons. Well, multi-linked flails are. Single-linked ones aren't. You say nobody would use it, but everyone keeps making the argument that nunchucks are effective weapons in the modern day. So
Nobody's making the argument that
lots of people like nunchucks look cool, so they must be good weapons. It's just like
I will make the argument that nunchucks are look
Just
cool.
awful.
I don't think anybody's
cool
making
shit.
the argument that they are
Man.
good.
Man, we have
Nunchucks
not
would
been
need a
in
very
nerdy
specific, group of circumstances to really be any good.
Yeah. The
Like,
thing
are
is,
you Maxi from Soul Calibur? All right.
effective use of nunchucks requires you to hit yourself with the nunchuck in ways that doesn't hurt.
Oh,
because you're going to hit yourself with them.
Look, I did Taekwondo and we did nunchucks, and that's not even a problem.
I mean, it'd probably be pretty easy if you're trained with it, but like, say you're some random retard like me, right? I don't know if I can say that word actually.
It's just like the way you hold it. It's like
yeah,
such
but
a
if you're
non-issue.
non-trained, if you're not trained,
Well,
though,
if you're not trained, why would you use
you're gonna
it?
hit yourself. Well, okay,
cool.
if you're not trained with a spear, you are unlikely to hit yourself. Thus, it is
It's
a
like
very
stepping
effective
on a
weapon.
rake.
Because a weapon's effectiveness isn't just how good is it at killing something else, but how good is it at not hurting the user. How easy it is to use.
Thinking about, I really don't think even a non-trained person would pick up a nunchuck and hurt themselves with it.
I've seen it. I've seen it. Have you grown up with a bunch of 14-year-old boys? It happens a lot.
I have definitely heard.
Not if you're holding it
Dudes are
like,
idiots.
not like a retard. Like,
But that's the thing is,
You can't hold
It's
it
not actually
at
that
the
easy.
end. You don't hold the nunchuck at the end and just flop it around. You hold it up by the rope or the chain, and that's how you control it.
But the compulsion
better
is to
question.
hold it at the end.
Yeah,
and just
because
flop
that's
it
what
around.
you see in movies and cartoons, and that looks cool.
It looks
wanna be
Because
terrible.
again, untrained. Emphasis on the untrained bit.
Oh, is it
Like, I'm not
untrained or is it
like
just
this.
retarded?
It's
They are-
little
they are-
just sounds
They're
retarded
kind,
to me.
they're kind of they're kind of analogous. I would say realistically, you shouldn't pick up any weapon you're not trained with.
unless
you
it's
should
nunchucks.
Hot
'Cause-
take.
No, because I
You got to do
you
it
know
for
what?
the vine.
I
man.
don't want to. I don't want to encourage Darwinism that much. To be fair, you know,
Nobody's
my
gonna
argument here is that you
kill
should be
themselves
trained
with
in weapons.
nunchuck.
You should train yourself in weapons because weapons
You
are cool, and you shouldn't hurt people with them without knowing what they do.
Would a single nunchuck be an effective weapon?
Well, like without the chain and the second half.
Yeah, just one.
Without
just
link?
One baton.
Just a stick.
Yeah, it's a baton. A baton. Yeah, it's a baton.
That's an actual
Sticks are
weapon
Like a
toy.
long stick. It's just a short stick.
Homie.
Yeah.
Homie, sticks are extremely effective weapons, even the short ones.
Is better
could
than
be
using
better.
your bare hands.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
That's
It's force multiplier.
I'm a nunchuck master. Just one.
No, you're a baton master.
That's not what I'm
Once
gonna
you get
say
rid
on
of,
my
once you
CV.
get, see, the thing is, just get rid of the link, and you've got 2 batons. Easier to use, less likely to
Honestly,
hit yourself if you're
probably
an
more
absolute
effective.
idiot. I would say so.
Like, what's the appeal of the nunchucks, right? You have like a weird
cool.
lever action, like the actual
cool as hell.
practical appeal.
They're cool as hell.
Yeah, the
Alright, yeah.
swingy nature of them leads to you being able to like smack people pretty hard.
But you're still losing force because it needs that force in order to swing the link as well. And then another
Not
piece
losing
of
that
weight.
much force.
It's still force loss, so it would be less force than just hitting them with the big stick.
It's like saying, but you could make the same argument for the big stick. Like you.
No,
using
because the big
force to
stick's
swing
one
the big
piece.
stick.
No, because the big stick's one piece, not 3. It's not 2 sticks and a link.
Yeah, but the nunchuck has the swinging momentum to it.
Yeah.
So does the stick.
Not
That's
that
what
much.
swinging does.
It swings on a fulcrum in addition to the just the regular arm swing,
The arm swing is a fulcrum.
and you've got an extra fulcrum with chain.
That's adding an extra fulcrum's not very good.
It's not very.
Because they're
bad.
counter to each other. Because
Are
it wouldn't
they
be swinging
counter to
the
each
exact.
other?
Yeah, because they'd be acting opposites. Because they're equal and opposite reactions.
I'm doing the motion with my arm right now, and like when I
Yeah.
swing my
But-
arm in,
but your arm
I
doesn't
bend
have a
my
link.
elbow.
Your arm doesn't have a rope in the middle between your wrist and
My
your
arm
elbow,
is
does
filled with ropes. What do you mean?
Between
They're
your
called
wrist and your
muscles.
elbow, what are you talking about?
Okay.
That's not
They're-
where the
they're
rope
muscles.
goes.
If your arm was a nunchuck, so like we'd have to first off,
Hypothetically, your
yeah,
arm
for this
is a
hypothetical
nunchuck.
work, for this hypothetical work, right? Assuming, you have so we have another arm attached to your hand. That arm would have to have the middle portion removed, or like just the elbow removed, adding in a sinew link, but no bone or flesh or anything, right? It is a completely different link, and then that extra arm's hand isn't there. So it's 2 lengths of similar sized thing, and then a link, which is like rope, chain, whatever.
Do you know what a nunchuck is?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I'm making
I can't
the arm
follow your
comparison because
descriptions.
The arm comparison was made by someone else.
No, I was saying that when I swing my arm, and I imagine there's a nunchuck in it, both my arm at the elbow joint and the nunchuck at the rope swing in the same direction.
Yeah,
But the rope moves independently.
it's centrifugal force.
So the problem is, since the rope is moving independently, it's using energy, which wouldn't need to be used if you just had a stick. It could just be used into the stick hitting the thing.
There's no way, dude.
Yeah, it's like the more gears you add to a thing, the more likely something's going to go wrong.
Yes, but like
The more parts you add to any kind of machine, device, technology.
Look, we're not
the more
talking
likely
about
things
the
are going to-
effectiveness. We're talking about how hard it hits.
Yeah, that's
like, what's
effectiveness.
his face was like, give me a big lever and I'll move the planet, right? Like a
What's-
nunchuck is just a
Big lever and
series
move the
of
planet.
levers.
I've never heard that before.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it. He's just saying that if you have enough of a like
Isn't the effectiveness of a
mechanical
lever
advantage-
though the point that where the lever is attached to is fixed? Like it doesn't move.
Correct, but what it does is it turns like the mechanical energy of moving something over long distances into the like capability to manipulate something of great weight. And depending on the length of your lever, you're able to manipulate heavier and heavier things.
Yeah, so if we're just using like the barest type of lever, you know, a stick and a rock,
Yes.
the rock stays still, which allows us to move the stick as our lever. Right?
Correct.
Now add a
Yes.
rope in there.
Where are we adding the rope?
In the middle of the lever.
We're not trying to lift things with the nunchuck.
I agree.
We're trying to hit things.
Yeah, and I
Oh,
think
I'm
that a
so
stick is
lost.
going to be better because it's going to transfer that force more directly.
Oh,
It's gonna
feel
have
like I'm
less
on
that's
some
lost.
kind of narcotic, dude. What are we talking about? I
Though,
nunchucks are cool.
yeah, I'm going to stick that any nunchuck is going to look cooler than any normal stick. Hell, even a fancy stick, nunchucks will look cooler than.
There are some pretty fancy sticks.
And the techniques to actually use them look incredibly cool. They are
They're
a form of art.
traditional weapon that's just like a nunchuck but more.
I think there's like a 3-section staff.
Yeah, there's a lot of linked weapons, but I think most of them are Oriental. There's a couple
Are you
of
saying
European
that
ones.
because they're from the Far East that they must be bad?
No, I'm saying that they
Yes.
reflect the tools that they used. Because most weapons are evolved from tools, and Europeans had different farming implements because they had different.
You're gonna have
crops.
to tell me what farming implement this is.
The nunchuck?
Nunchucks
No,
are a
the-
rice beating stick, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what that came from.
No, the 3-segmented staff.
Yeah, that's probably just from the same thing, the threshing equipment.
Yeah, it's probably just an evolution of the nunchuck, kind of thing.
They were like, "Yo, the nunchuck."
Because
is
things
really
like
cool.
yeah, because nunchuck is a type of flail, effectively, right? If we're going to use that as our general term.
It's basically like a club is to a mace in terms of
Yeah.
a flail.
Yeah. So they're comparable to a degree. Like they probably have the same origins when it comes to farming equipment being turned into men-at-arms weapons.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure when it comes to the flail, the whole point of it is just to swing it around and build momentum. Like I was saying you would with nunchucks.
I think the chain's gonna be like the links are gonna be the most effective way of building momentum compared to other methods is all. It's I don't know.
Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I shall move the world. Archimedes.
That was the quote of which I was thinking.
Thanks,
Well, the
go
problem
ahead.
with that Archimedes is that space kind of exists.
Which is why he says a fulcrum on which to place it. Like he's not a silly man.
Yeah, that's a big ask. That's a big ask.
Well, you see, you place the fulcrum on Mars, and then you just stand on
Oh, yeah.
Pluto and you just push a little. You know?
But what if that? But what if that moves Mars instead? Mars is also in space.
Did Archimedes have a comprehensive understanding of celestial bodies and weights?
He might have.
I don't
The
know.
Greeks knew quite a bit about it.
They were pretty smart, yeah.
Were the Greeks pretty smart or are we pretty dumb? That's the real question.
Column A.
Were they
look at
just-
column B.
Were they just average and we've just gotten worse and worse?
I don't think that they were just average. They
What if
were
befo-
either above or below average. Honestly, we're probably pretty smart. I would have to wager.
In which way?
The good and the bad. Like,
I know.
we're
I think
smart enough
our
to cause
conversation
our
about
own undoing.
fulcrums and weapons is proving that we're knowledgeable, but not necessarily intelligent. If that makes sense.
Look, I've
We have
never
brain.
used a nunchuck. Offensive.
Like we've got intelligence, but not like the smarts
Yeah, I
intelligence.
would
We've
like
got
to point out,
information.
I have used nunchucks before.
I
so
have
it's my
too.
opinion we'll be taking.
But I was really young when I used nunchucks though, and they were also homemade, so I will put that into effect as well.
tied two boomerangs together.
I have only thrown a boomerang once, and that is extremely difficult.
I can imagine.
Have I shared?
I don't
with you
know.
the
I don't know
Australian
why
diplomacy
they
video?
would use that over a fucking stick.
Australian diplomacy. I've heard of this with the boomerang.
I feel like I've
Yeah.
heard this as well. I don't know, man. I think in most situations, a big stick, like with a pointy end, a spear, is a pretty solid weapon in case, like, over anything else. Most cases.
Up until the invention of the bow and arrow, the spear was king.
Well, then you have
For
pointy sticks being
See,
shot
but bows
from a
and arrows are
distance.
they're just small spears.
But I mean, like, they go further.
Yeah,
They-
because they've got something else to make them go further.
Like, I'm not arguing that bows and arrows aren't just self-propelled small spears. I'm just saying
Nope.
that
They're not
up until the bow
self-propelled,
and
though.
arrow.
I would argue the ammunition is independent from the weapon.
I don't mean to say that they're self-propelled in the sense that they propel themselves. I mean the self as in the individual propels them. I apologize.
Yeah, but you got spear throwers too, if you want to go. Like,
Spear chuckers.
I would say
You
that
know
a
what? You're
bow,
absolutely right.
a
yeah.
bow and an arrow, right, aren't always together. Even though you want to use them together, they're designed to go together. The fact that they aren't one thing together, unlike, say, the nunchuck, which has two halves and a link, is one weapon. The bow and the
Has there
arrow,
ever-
it's kind of different thing because it has ammunition.
But the bow isn't much of a bow if it doesn't have arrows to shoot.
No, it's still a bow.
You could probably bash somebody.
It's just
with
not
a
going to
bow.
do anything. I wouldn't do that.
Like-
That sounds bad for your bow's health.
I mean, like, what about?
you
those
could
old,
stab
like,
them with an arrow.
Japanese ones with like the super long ones. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I would
Those
rely
are
on
basically
more
just
on
long sticks.
You know,
I would rely
I have seen
more on
bows
the
that are
arrow
like
as a weapon than the bow.
spear tipped. So
Yeah, that
in
was
that
also
case,
a thing too. You can get bows that have been gone back to being spears. It all goes back to spear at some point. Like, you could put spikes on the nunchuck, and you've got two spears connected to a link.
I would not use a
seems
spiked
dangerous.
nunchuck. Yeah,
Neither would I.
you
But
want to
that's-
talk about
that's a
people
pretty-
getting hurt by
that's a-
nunchucks.
That is a pretty common thing with fantasy, is putting spikes where they shouldn't go, though. Like, nunchucks, chain whips, it's swords, sword guards that have spikes that go inwards into your hand are the worst idea ever.
Is the kusanagi a real weapon? That like flailed sickle, or is that purely fiction?
Whale sickle?
I've heard kusanagi in
Every time
context
I
of a
think
sword.
of this weapon, every time I think of this weapon, I think of the Yu-Gi-Oh card, Kunai with Chain,
Yeah, that's the one.
which is
Maybe.
the most ugly thing on the planet, because it doesn't look like what you'd expect a kunai to look like.
Wait, not the kunai with chain. What is this
Yeah.
thing called? Hold on.
But I just imagined this art, and Joey Wheeler saying kunai with chain.
Yeah, that's
I hate it so much.
What kind of blade is that?
That is like fantastic. It kind of looks like there's that weird African blade. There's a specific African dagger. It's strange, but it's also really cool. I have no idea what it's called though. It's the one that the lizard guys in Breath of the Wild use.
Never played.
Oh damn.
I apologize ahead of
Comma.
time. I don't know why this file is 6,000 by 3,000 pixels.
That is a comma with a weight attached.
A kusarigama, that's what it's called.
Yeah. They were 100% a real thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if they were ever used as weapons. They might have just been tools. They might have been weapons. I'm not sure. I'm not too...
If it's just a tool, what's the point of the weighted chain?
Yeah, I don't think there is a point to that as just a tool.
I mean, it could be to do with flailing again. Just 2-in-1 kind of thing. So you cut it and then you thrash it.
It's like a long chain, though.
Yeah.
For just flailing.
Yeah.
That thing's meant to be thrown or something.
Maybe it's designed to keep kids out of your rice field. The ancient methods of keeping kids out of your lawn.
Why does Billy have a concussion?
He went to old man Saragai's goddamn rice field again. You know what? That's probably what I'd use it for, at least. I don't care if that's not intentional. Get out of my
Goodness
rice field, you
gracious.
darn kids.
How's it looking, Dice? Have you struggled through?
I think I'm about
Are you
done.
winning?
Just,
Are you winning, Dad?
I think I need to give Chloe an ear here. Maybe one on the other side. Nah, that'd be covered. Yeah, I think I'm pretty much done with it right now. That was a long one. On 3
Yeah,
characters.
Only 6 hours.
Wow, this was my second one.
Damn, homie, shouldn't you all be asleep?
Yes.
I'm nocturnal.
You know what? That's fair. I wish I could live that lifestyle.
This is like
I would prefer to work like that.
right after
I'm more
last
effective in
break
the
at
evening.
work. Let's see. What have we got going on here? The stream. I bet nobody's streaming at this point to raid or anything. Let's take a look. Tua is streaming.
Oh my gosh.
Do I even have anybody in the chat? I have one viewer. That's probably me. No, I think we'll just call it quits on the stream and not raid nobody.
No one deserves it.
Yeah, well,
The question is, did our spurring about weapons get everyone to disappear?
I don't know. They might have disappeared because it's like almost 1 a.m. where I am.
Nah.
Ah.
Nah, blame us. Blame me. Me in particular. It's always my fault. I am the one who derails.
They left because Geronimo had a different voice and they didn't like it.
I am not up to date on the Geronimo lore.
Oh.
Geronimo's kind of cool.
Oh, Skunks is still here. Says he was loving the weaponry talk.
Oh, lovely. Because that's bound to happen again.
Yes.
My tisms know no bounds.
Oh, I just noticed something.
Uh-oh.
One little detail. arm should be in front of the sleeve because of the angle here. There we go. Now we done, I think.
If I have to buy these books, I will. I swear to God. The Monster Girl book.
Oh.
Because I used to have them. Now I can't find them.
Oh.
So I might have to go on Amazon Next Pay and just order all 4 of them. I think there are.
There are 4 of these books.
What's this? The
Yeah, hang on,
Monster
let
Girl
me-
Encyclopedia?
Yeah, let's see the Monster Girl Encyclopedia wiki. How
Oh, wait,
many
this
books
is a
are there?
real thing? I thought this was like an online
Yeah.
thing.
And they have really awful English translations because of the
Oh,
content of the
no.
book. I'm not particularly into the lore per se. I'm talking purely aesthetics and implications. Oh man, I really don't like that wiki page. That's cursed.
Where do you fall on the Arachna?
2 books, 3 books, and a
Who
bunch
you
of side
asking?
books, and a succubus.
Who's ever is listening, to be honest.
Big fan. If I had a VTuber, it would be a spider one.
I don't know if I'd be
Because
down
there's a
with
good
a
joke
Spider
to be
Girl.
made there. But there's a good joke to be made there for me. And I totally didn't steal it. No, not at all.
Okay, does this have to do with Australian spiders?
Technically, yes.
What do
But
you mean
not
technically?
specifically. 'Cause-
Wait, what do you
well,
mean
it does,
technically?
but it's not specifically Australian. Because they live in other parts of the world, this type of spider.
Okay,
Oh, I
okay.
hate the
It's not an
preposition.
Australian-only spider. Ours just look normal, actually.
Oh, the Australian one is the normal one for once?
Yeah, I think the African one is the weird one.
Damn. Africa BTFO'd, I guess.
No, this is pretty normal. Oh, which is the one? Oh, apparently it's fake. Never mind. Okay, so looks like that they're all pretty normal. They're still spiders though, so they look kind of funky. No, Spider Girl's cool. I'm a big fan. Big fan of Arachne.
I'm kind of surprised. If you would hate horses so much, you would be so down with the spiders.
It also
You
depends
sound
on
offended.
how much.
I'm not.
What's
I'm
the spider to
genuinely
girl ratio?
confused.
That's
I
another thing.
think the nature of the Arachne is that the ratio is always like heavily
No.
weighted towards spider, simply
No,
based
it
on
varies.
mass, right?
And even if it is where are you placing all of that spider? How
Top half
evenly
spider.
distributed is it? Is it like centaurism, where it's bottom spider, like all spider, and then just upper torso and up is
Like that's
person?
the best one, right? Like that's the best case scenario for the spider girl.
Or yeah, because like, do you really want spider mouth on a human head? That's a bit much,
Some
isn't it?
people are into that. There are people who
I'm-
like the predator, or not the predator, the alien. You know?
No, I think Predator was correct. That's a more accurate comparison.
True. But I don't.
They have a
Have we
similar
ever
mouth.
seen a lady predator, or have we only seen like
Yeah.
the male hunter predator?
A couple of them, canonically female.
Oh, I didn't know.
I think for a while it was mostly in the comics, and then
There were predator
The-
comics.
yeah, apparently they're pretty good.
Huh.
My friend likes Alien vs Predator stuff, and he likes the comics a lot.
I
He
had
likes
no
his
idea.
alien lore. What was the one the really bad one that no one liked that came out recently?
It
I have
could have been
no
any-
idea.
That one's supposed to be a woman. That one's supposed to be a female.
I'll take your word for it.
Resisting the obvious joke.
I mean, everything I say, everyone should just assume comes straight out of my rectum. So
I'm gonna be honest. At this point, you've convinced me that you are a fountain of truth.
I think I am a broken sink of random
What does that
things.
mean?
I am overflowing with just random stuff, miscellaneous. Like, I don't want to say factoids because that implies truth. Where did all my spider
What
monster
do you-
girls
what-
go? I had like a whole file on my Pinterest of just Arachne, and they've all disappeared on me.
That's actually a travesty, dude.
It is. Instead, it's just all now Rani from Elden Ring, which is, you know what, a fair trade.
Is that the lizard lady?
No. It is the four-armed witch, who's also a doll.
Oh, the ice lady. Or the four-armed witch lady. I don't know. I associate her with ice.
I mean,
don't-
yeah, she's Snow Witch.
Is she? I didn't really know what she was.
She's cool.
She is the doll of us that's fashioned to look like a Snow Witch. Because the actual character that's in the body, like the soul, is like a demigod who's just like, yeah, what if I just killed my body?
Okay.
I don't want to
Kicks
deal
and
with this.
giggles,
I don't want to deal with this expectation. So I'm gonna kill my body, and then I'm gonna make a life-size doll of someone I like, and I'm going to possess that doll. And there's also a small doll just in case.
Is
Okay,
there a
so
canonical.
That's it. That's the entirety of it.
that's like being a lich with extra steps.
Yeah, she's a lich. That's basically it. It's not even extra steps. It's just you having two phylacteries.
Is there a canonical like winner in Elden Ring?
Not until they revamp how the Godskin duo works. No, because that's not a fun
Wait,
fight. It's not even fair. Fucking
Isn't that,
stupid
like-
arena. That's bad game design.
I don't know
Dark Souls
anything
1 had
about
really
this
good
stuff.
I have a very strong opinion on it. I think most people do actually,
Y'all keep
because it's just badly designed.
Y'all keep talking about action games, and I'm like, time to zone out and draw. That's probably why I
have not
finished.
I've not played any Elden Ring. I have only
I am about to
experienced it
spam
secondhand.
the monster girls.
Oh no.
Is this what we're going to be talking about?
No, I just want some different like depictions of Arachne. We were talking about it before, and I've been looking at it since. Because there is a surprisingly large amount of variety. And I'm
However,
not sure
the
which one I like the
consensus
most.
pick is indeed bottom half spider, right?
Yeah, the quote unquote standard type we will be using is the like Monster Mizume kind.
I don't think I'd want to have top half spider.
I don't think I've ever seen a full top half spider. You know
You
what?
gotta draw
But that
it.
would. But you know what? That sounds like it's something from Resident Evil.
That would be either. I was thinking Silent Hill, but Resident Evil 2, yeah.
Like there's some where just like the spider part is just like you have additional legs that are spider, or like additional eyes. And
I
then
do
there are
not
others that are
like
just
human
like
thigh
super spider.
spider back. That's not
the-
cool.
Say what?
That's- Yeah, the common thing is to have the human thighs are the grabbing arms of the spider that would usually like aid food to go near the mouth.
Right.
You know, the little like hand limbs, whatever they're called.
Yeah, this one is just like sitting on a spider mecha or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's the standard.
I have mixed feelings about Spider Hat for sure.
Oh yeah, the legs coming out of the head.
Girl,
It makes
who
me
just
think that
has
the head would
spider
come
legs.
off.
Just crawl around a little
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah, that'd be pretty creepy.
I
A
think the
Spider
implication
Girl
for that
dual
one is
hand
that
combo.
I think the implication for that one in particular is also that like the body is mostly like a porcelain doll with like strings attached.
Oh,
I see
So the
ball
head
joints.
is the entire spider, and the rest is all just to add on to it. I don't know.
no, I don't like that.
So
at
like
all.
the
Now
I
that
see
you
it,
point
I
it
see
out,
That's
it.
because that feels because
Yeah, it
despite
looks
that being
like the-
spider monster girl, it doesn't feel Arachne.
It looks like the spider. I'm putting this on screen. Is
I like head
puppeteering the
crabs.
body or something like that.
Yeah, which feels like that shouldn't count. That's a different thing entirely. That's like a mimic, if anything.
Yeah. That's a bad time.
It's a cute design,
Not
though.
a fan.
I think it's a really cool design. Yeah.
I'm a big fan of animated dolls, personally. That is also a monster girl that would be on the list somewhere.
Like Ronnie.
Yeah. Or,
I think the
Can't
last
remember
one
the
in
other
the
one I
list
really liked.
is like, if I had to list these, the first one is like primary like Spider Girl, right? The second one is bad, bottom of the list. Then the last one is
Really,
the next
the second
highest.
one. That one's just in the same category as the first one, it's just got different detail.
It kills it.
It's a
It
bit-
ruins it for
The
me.
thighs are a bit too fleshy, though.
Yeah. Like
Like
it
the-
doesn't.
There we
'Cause the
go.
first one you
Kohath
can-
doesn't like
You
human
can kind of
thighs.
shoot- Well,
That's
the
not
first
true.
one, the first one of our reference images here has the human thighs, but they're clearly carapace, right?
Yes. Correct.
Like it's just their design is similar, and it's a similar design to the other leg sections, which are also human thigh in design, but are not human legs. Like it's a consistent aesthetic. And also her hands are also carapace. I don't know why. Well, it's the Dryder one there. It's just like that's clearly just all elf skin, and then it looks like the spider parts were wrapped onto it like prosthetics.
It's no good. No good. I actually would then say that the last one is above the woman strapped to the front of a spider. And then after that, in order,
I
it's
think the last one is too little because it's just 2 legs.
Yeah, I think it's bad. I think the last
There are
one's
ones that
really bad.
follow. There are ones that follow that aesthetic.
That
do it a
last
lot better,
one.
where there's like 8 legs entirely.
That last one I would not recognize as a spider.
Yeah, yeah, like it's loosely inspired at best.
Women with colorful spider legs coming out of the lower back is a step above the woman with 2 limbs, and then spider
Oh, hang on, I've
controlling
got
a
some-
porcelain
I have some
woman
more.
is also
You have
up there.
more.
So there's this kind. There's also the kinds where it's just lots of human limbs, like extra legs and arms.
That'd be freakish.
Oh, I
Or
like
there's
that one.
And then
that
there's
first
also
one.
like that Undertale character.
Both of those are really good. Those first 2.
What about moth girls, though? We were talking about moth girls at some point.
Top
Weren't we?
tier. No discussion.
They're great.
There is no argument. There is no opposing opinion. There is the fact that they are really good. And then there's these ones too.
No, we've got more.
Just the abdomen.
I'm amazed.
Oh
no, that's bad.
Yeah,
That's
and then
not
there's
good.
also. And
Oh,
then there's also
Muppet.
like the Undertale character. Yeah.
I mean, multi-arms, not a big deal. Undertale, that's the deal breaker.
Yeah, the thing is, I really like the character design. Knowing it comes from Undertale, it's like, not a fan.
Yeah, I think
it's
Muppet
it's
is a
the
good
baggage that
character.
ruins it.
But a bad spider girl. Like Muffet is a cool monster girl, bad spider girl.
I think design-wise, it's fine, but it's
It
definitely
doesn't-
like bottom mid.
You know what? That's fair.
And
I put
and
it
like I
over
feel like it.
2.
Yeah, I feel like putting it at 3 is too little, but putting it above 4 is way too much. Do you know if we're going out of 10?
I think so. The image that's titled Neoscana Domiciliorum. That's a really cool design. I think it's a bad spider.
It would
Girl.
require me to know what the images are called. Do I have Quayleg? Wait.
It's the one that is not a spider girl, but instead just a woman in a spider designed like outfit.
Oh no, that is supposed to be definitely a spider. Her legs are in the head. That the art, yeah, Fishup's art. The red one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That it's supposed
Fishup does a lot of insect and arachnid girls as art. That's their shtick.
I think it's
Fishup's
bad
art's.
for-
They do fish people too. Oh,
Fish
their
people,
fish is
oh
really
boy.
Yeah, yeah, no, Fishup's art's really good. I'm a big fan of Fishup's art.
You know what? I should probably end the stream since I was talking about that and never did.
Yeah.
That's cursed.
So-
I don't know.
As
how
I
feel
as I
about that
as I
one.
ruin this even further.
Yeah, I put a few of them on the screen, but oh man, they're getting worse.
It only gets worse. You haven't even seen the centipedes yet.
That's not a spider. We can't.
No, but
we
it is an
have to Make a
arachnid.
separate footnote for a
Centipede's arachnid.
It's an arachnid. So technically, it does fall under arachne.
Well, anyways,
Though I would like to separate it too. Yes.
thanks for showing up, everybody in the chat. We're gonna call it quits here. Don't forget to subscribe. Come back next time, maybe next Friday, probably, because I'm gonna work
Hopefully,
overtime.
I'm not here to ruin it.
Hopefully, we have some company. Even if not, we have this guy over here, whatever his name was, Geronimo. Right, Geronimo? Let's see. Can Geronimo talk? Geronimo's off. No, we're not doing that. We're not starting him back up to say goodbye. Bye.